Amin knelt beside the faded photo, his fingers trembling as Cole's silver spots flickered with an almost imperceptible rhythm, his gaze fixed on the shrine's far wall, where a faint outline of a door had begun to shimmer. The air grew colder, and the collar around Cole's neck pulsed in sync with the stone's glow, as if the dog were holding his breath. Waiting, old Zal, standing a few paces back, adjusted his coat and muttered,
You ever notice how pets seem to sense things we can't? Like they're holding the map to something we've forgotten?
Amin didn't answer. His eyes locked on the photo, but Cole suddenly darted forward, his paws skidding as he retrieved a small, dust-covered key from beneath the shrine's steps, its teeth worn smooth by time.
That's the key to the Star Spring.
Old Zal said, his voice low.
But it's been hidden for a reason. You think Lin Xiaoman left it here by accident?
Amin's chest tightened as he stared at the key, its surface etched with the same star-like patterns that adorned Cole's fur. He looked up at old Zal, his throat dry.
Why would she hide it?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Zal's eyes darkened.
Because she knew someone would come looking for it. Someone like you.
Amin's mind reeled as Cole nudged the key into his hand, his tail curling around his leg like a silent promise. The shrine's walls seemed to hum, and for a moment Amin felt the weight of the Newman's choice pressing against his ribs, a memory not his own but somehow his. He swallowed hard, his resolve hardening.
Then I'll find her.
He said, his voice steady now.
Even if it means walking into the unknown.
Cole let out a soft whine, his spots glowing brighter, and the key began to vibrate in Amin's palm, as if it too had been waiting for this moment. Amin stood before the star-sprang core, its golden light casting long shadows across the chamber's ancient carvings, as Cole's silver spots flickered in sync with the stone's pulse. The dog's ears twitched, his gaze fixed on the pedestal, though his tail remained still a rare quietness that made Amin's breath hitch. He had seen Cole act this way before during storms, or when the shrine's echoes grew too loud, but never here. As if sensing Amin's unease, Cole stepped forward, his paws hesitant, and nudged a small, dust-covered object from beneath the pedestal. It was the same photo Amin had held moments ago, now cradled in Cole's jaws like a relic. Old Zal's voice cut through the silence.
The core doesn't choose guardians, it waits for them to remember what they've forgotten.
Amin's fingers tightened on the pedestal's edge.
What do you mean?
He asked, his voice fraying.
The first guardian didn't just protect the valley.
Old Zal replied, his eyes glinting with something between sorrow and pride.
She chose to stay because she knew the core's light would fade without a bond. You're not just here to find Lin Xiaoman. You're here to become her.
Amin's chest ached as Cole dropped the photo at his feet, the image of Lin Xiaoman and the dog with silver spots blurring in the core's glow. Asterisk, I'll come back for you. Asterisk, her whisper echoed in his mind, and suddenly the chamber trembled. The core's light flared, revealing a hidden path spiraling into the shrine's depths, and Cole's collar pulsed with a rhythm that matched Amin's heartbeat.
It's not just a legacy.
Amin murmured, his voice shaking.
It's a choice.
Cole let out a low whine, his nose pressing against Amin's hand, and the path glowed brighter, as if waiting for him to take the first step. Amin and Cole stepped into the grove, as if entering a forgotten dream. The air thick with the scent of moss and ancient wood. The echo stones glowed faintly, their runes pulsing like heartbeats, and the old man's voice cut through the silence like a whisper from another time.
You've come far.
Master Liang said, his silver hair catching the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy.
These stones remember every bond ever forged here.
Amin's fingers brushed the cold stone, and a flicker of warmth surged through him, as if the past had reached out to touch his skin. Coal's collar pulsed, its glow syncing with the runes, and the dog's tail swished in a rhythm that mirrored the stone's flickering light.
Lin Xiaoman was here.
Amin murmured, his voice trembling.
But why does the forest feel alive?
Master Liang's eyes, clouded yet sharp, met his.
Because it waits for those who listen. The echo stones don't just hold memories, test those who seek them.
Amin's breath hitched as the vision of Lin Xiaoman and the black-furred dog materialized, their silhouettes flickering like candlelight. Coal let out a low whine, his paws pressing against Amin's leg, and the boy felt a surge of resolve.
We're not just here for answers.
He said, his voice steady.
We're here to understand.
Master Liang nodded, his gaze lingering on Coal's collar.
Then, let the past guide you, but be warned, the forest does not give its secrets freely.
As the vision faded, a rustle in the underbrush made Amin freeze. A small fox, its fur matted with rain, crouched near the stones, its eyes wide with fear. Coal's collar flared brighter, and the dog padded forward, his silver star-like markings glowing as he nuzzled the fox.
It's okay.
Amin whispered, kneeling beside them.
You're not alone.
The fox trembled, then curled into Coal's warmth, its heartbeat shimphing with the dog's. Amin's mind raced with memories of his grandfather's stories of Coal's first steps, of the bond that had always felt like a thread woven through time. He reached for the memory shell in his satchel, its wooden box warm against his palm.
This is why we're here.
He murmured, his voice thick with emotion.
To find the ones who need us.
As the fox's whimpers softened, the stone's glow intensified, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next chapter. Amin's fingers tightened around the memory shell, as Master Liang's voice echoed through the grove, the ancient stones humming with a low, resonant vibration.
The first guardians formed a bond with the guardian beasts.
The old man said, his weathered hands tracing the glowing runes.
But that power came at a cost. Lin Shan, the first guardian, gave up his own life's plan to ensure the valley's stability. His descendant, your grandfather, made the same choice.
Amin's breath hitched, his mind racing back to the sketchbook he'd found in his grandfather's Attica dog named Ash, its fur black as midnight, eyes gleaming with starlight.
And now,
Master Liang continued, his gaze piercing.
you must decide whether you are ready to carry that legacy.
Amin looked down at Coal, who nuzzled his hand, his silver star-like markings pulsing faintly.
You're not just a pet, Cole.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling.
You're part of something much bigger.
Cor let out a soft whine, his tail swaying gently, as if to say, Asterisk, I've always known asterisk. The grove seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with the scent of pine, and the distant sound of a stream. Then, a rustle in the underbrush. A small, trembling rabbit froze mid-hop, its eyes wide with fear. Coal's collar flared brighter, and without hesitation he padded forward, his paws silent on the mossy ground.
Wait,
Amin said, his voice urgent.
don't scare it.
But Coal's nose was already pressed against the rabbit's fur, his low growl a gentle warning. The rabbit blinked, then nuzzled Coal's paw, its trembling easing. Amin's chest tightened. Asterisk. This is what the guardians meant. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk not power, but trust. The way Coal calms this creature with nothing but his presence. Asterisk. Master Liang watched, his eyes softening.
The bond between you and Coal is already stronger than you know.
He said.
Now, you must see where it leads.
Amin looked at the rabbit, then at Coal, who nuzzled the creature's back with quiet affection. The forest seemed to exhale, the runes on the stones dimming as if satisfied for the first time. Amin felt the weight of his grandfather's legacy, not as a burden, but as a promissetto protect, to care to walk this path with Coal by his side. Amin and Coal followed the paw-print path, the forest thickening around them as the air grew cooler. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, guiding them forward, while Amin's fingers brushed the carved stones, their grooves rough beneath his touch. A sudden rustle in the underbrush made him freeze, but Coal's low whine reassured him.
Easy.
Amin murmured, patting the dog's head.
Just a squirrel, probably.
He stepped ahead, only to trip over a gnarled root. Coal barked, darting to his side and nudging him back to his feet.
Thanks.
Amin grinned, his heart light. The path opened into a clearing where the memory tree stood, its massive trunk twisted with age. At its base, a woman knelt beside a shivering cat, her arms trembling as she tried to wrap a scarf around the creature.
Please.
She whispered, her voice breaking.
She's been lost for days.
Amin hesitated, then knelt beside her.
What's her name?
He asked gently.
Mia.
The woman replied, her eyes glistening.
She's a stray, but she was so kind. I found her injured, and she's been with me ever since.
Amin looked at Mia, then at Coal, who was nuzzling the cat's paw. The dog's collar glowed brighter, and Mia let out a soft purr.
You're not alone anymore.
Amin said, his voice steady. The woman's eyes widened.
A memory shell?
She asked, her hands trembling as he handed her the box. She dipped her fingers into the water, and a lullaby filled the air. Coal let out a low whine, his tail swaying as if recognizing the song. Amin's heart swelled.
Sometimes, the past is not as far away as we think.
He said, his voice filled with quiet determination. The woman looked at him, tears streaming down her face.
Thank you.
She whispered.
You've given me something I thought I had lost.
Amin nodded, his gaze softening.
And you've reminded me that bonds are what make us strong.
As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the clearing, Amin and Coal stood together, their hearts full of hope and understanding. Amin and Coal trudged through the dense underbrush of Mistwood Forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, casting a soft blue glow that guided them toward the narrow path lined with paw prints. Amin glanced at the dog, who was already darting ahead, his silver star-like markings shimmering as he chased a butterfly that fluttered just out of reach.
Come back, Cole.
Amin called, laughing as the dog zigzagged through the thorns, his tail wagging with playful determination.
You can't outrun a butterfly forever.
Amin added, his voice tinged with mock exasperation. Coal barked in response, his paws sinking into the mossy ground as he finally pounced, catching the butterfly mid-air and shaking it gently before trotting back to Amin's side.
You're impossible.
Amin said, ruffling Coal's fur.
But I guess that's why I love you.
Coal whined, nudging Amin's hand, and the boy smiled, his heart swelling with the familiar warmth of their bond. As they pressed on, the path narrowed, forcing them to cross a shallow stream. Amin knelt, testing the water with his foot.
It's not too deep.
He said, but as he stepped in, the current tugged at his ankles.
Coal, help me.
He shouted, but the dog was already leaping into the stream, his powerful paws propelling him forward.
Wait for me.
Amin called, scrambling after him, his boots slipping on the wet stones. Just as he reached the other side, a sudden rustle in the bushes made him freeze. A small fox emerged, its eyes gleaming with mischief.
Don't mind me.
The fox said, its voice a high-pitched giggle.
I just wanted to see if you're brave enough to follow the path.
Amin blinked, startled.
You can talk.
He asked the fox, tilted its head.
Of course. Now, are you going to follow the path or not?
Amin looked at Coal, who was already padding forward, his collar glowing brighter.
We're not afraid of a little adventure.
Amin said, stepping toward the fox.
But if you're going to lead us, you'd better not get lost.
The fox let out a squeak of laughter.
Fair enough.
And with that, it darted ahead, its tail flicking like a flame, leaving Amin and Coal to chase after it, the stream behind them and the unknown ahead. As the mist thickened around them, Amin felt Coal's fur bristle against his hand, the dog's low growl vibrating through the air. As if sensing something ancient beneath their feet, a faint shimmer of light flickered in the underbrush, where the roots of an enormous tree twisted into the earth. Strange glowing spots pulsed like fireflies trapped in the bark. Coal's collar suddenly heated against Amin's palm, sending a jolt of warmth through his fingers.
Coal, what is it?
Amin whispered, his voice barely above a breath. The dog's silver, star-like markings flared brighter as he turned his head sharply toward the tree. His growl deepening, Amin's heart pounded as he stepped closer, his boots crunching over fallen leaves, the air thick with the scent of damp moss, and something older, something forgotten.
You're not just reacting to the tree.
Amin murmured, his fingers brushing the dog's fur.
You're remembering something.
Coal let out a soft whine, his tail swaying gently as if acknowledging the truth. Amin's mind raced with possibilities, the stories of the Guardians, the echo, stones the way Coal's collar had pulsed when they first saw Lin Xiaoman's vision.
We're not just here to find answers.
Amin said aloud, his voice steadier now.
We're here to remember.
Coal's growl faded into a soft sigh as he nudged Amin's hand, his silver markings dimming slightly. The glowing spots on the tree's bark flared brighter, as if in response. Amin's breath caught as he reached out his fingers, hovering just above the pulsing light.
What if this is the place where the first Guardians made their pact?
He whispered, his mind spinning with the weight of the question. Coal's collar pulsed again, this time in rhythm with the glowing spots, as if the dog were translating the tree's silent language. Amin's heart swelled with a mix of fear and wonder.
You've been here before, haven't you?
he asked, his voice trembling with the realization. Coal let out a low whine, his tail swaying gently as if confirming the truth. And in that moment, Amin felt the bond between them deepen, not just as owner and pet, but as two souls bound by a legacy older than the forest itself. As Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the heart of Mistwood Forest, the air grew thick with an eerie stillness, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. A faint shimmer of light flickered. Ah! It revealing a hidden grove, where ancient stones stood in a circle, their surfaces etched with glowy unging runes. At the center of the grove sat an old man, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, his eyes clouded with age, yet alight with wisdom. He was surrounded by a group of young researchers from the Ancient Legends Research Society, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of their aura detector. Amin and Coal hesitated at the edge of the grove, sensing something profound in the air. The old man, noticing their presence, raised a hand in greeting.
You've come far.
He said, his voice like wind through dry leaves.
I am Master Liang, a historian who has spent decades studying the forest's forgotten truths.
He gestured to the stones.
These are the echo stones, remnants of the first Guardian's trials. They hold the voices of those who came before.
As Amin stepped closer, Cole's collar pulsed with a faint glow as if recognizing something long buried. Master Liang extended a hand, and the runes on the stones flared to life, revealing a vision of a young girl, Lin Xiaoman, standing beside a black-furred dog with silver star-like markings. The vision faded, leaving only silence. Amin's heart pounded.
Lin Xiaoman. She was here?
He whispered. Master Liang nodded solemnly.
She came seeking answers just as you do now. But the forest does not give its secrets freely. It demands trust, understanding, and a bond that transcends time.
He turned to Coal, his gaze lingering on the dog's collar.
And it seems your bond has already begun to awaken something long forgotten.
Amin looked down at Coal, who nuzzled his hand, his tail swaying gently. For the first time, Amin felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps the past was not as distant as it seemed.
Master Lian,
Amin asked, his voice steady.
what did the first guardians do to protect the valley?
The old man's eyes softened.
They formed a bond with the guardian beasts, a pact that allowed them to channel the valley's power. But that power came at a cost. The first guardian, Lin Shan, gave up his own lifespan to ensure the valley's stability. His descendant, your grandfather, made the same choice.
He looked at Amin, his gaze piercing.
And now you must decide whether you are ready to carry that legacy.
Amin's breath caught. His grandfather had been a guardian, but Amin had never known the truth. He had only heard stories of a man who had disappeared into the forest, leaving behind only a sketchbook and a dog named Ash. Now he saw the connection. Ash, his grandfather's dog, had been the first guardian beast, and Coal, with his silver star-like markings, was his descendant. Coal whined softly, as if sensing Amin's turmoil. He nuzzled Amin's hand, his tail swaying gently. The dog's presence was a comfort, a reminder that he was not alone. Master Liang smiled.
The guardians are not defined by their power, but by their bond with their pets. You and Cole have already begun that journey. Now you must see where it leads.
Amin looked at Coal once more, his heart swelling with determination. He would not let fear or doubt stand in the way of their path together. They would uncover the truth of the past and protect the Futu. As they left the grove, the forest seemed to shift around them, the trees leaning inward as if whispering secrets long forgotten. A faint rustling in the underbrush caught Amin's attention. He turned his eyes widening as he saw a small shivering fox crouched near the edge of the path. Its fur was matted with dirt, and its eyes, once bright and curious, now held a look of quiet desperation. Coal let out a low growl, his tail stiffening as he stepped forward, his silver star-like markings glowing faintly. Min reached out his hand, hovering just above the fox's trembling body.
It's okay.
He whispered, his voice barely above a breath.
We're not here to hurt you.
The fox blinked slowly, its ears twitching as it studied Amin. Then, with a hesitant step, it moved closer, its body trembling. Amin reached out his fingers, brushing against the fox's fur. The moment their skin touched, a warm pulse of energy surged through him, filling him with a strange sense of understanding. He looked down at the fox, his heart swelling with emotion.
You're not alone anymore.
He said softly. Coal let out a soft whine, his tail swaying gently as he nudged the fox's side. The fox let out a soft whimper, then curled up beside Amin, its body trembling as if finding comfort in his presence. Amin looked at Coal, his eyes filled with gratitude.
You've always known how to comfort people,
He said, his voice filled with quiet reverence.
even when I didn't.
Coal nuzzled Amin's hand, his collar pulsing faintly as the mist around them began to lift. Amin felt a new understanding settle within him. His journey was not just about uncovering the past or protecting the future. It was about the bond between an owner and their pet, a bond that had endured through time and hardship, and one that would carry them forward no matter what lay ahead. Amin knelt in the mist, his fingers trembling as he reached for the fox, its fur matted and trembling like autumn leaves in a storm. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, casting a soft blue glow that seemed to wrap around the fox like a promise.
It's okay.
Amin whispered, his voice frayed with the weight of the forest's silence. The fox blinked, its eyes wide and unblinking, and for a moment Amin saw his own reflection in them, frail, uncertain, but holding on. Coal nudged the fox's side gently, his tail swaying in a slow arc that mirrored the rhythm of Amin's heartbeat.
You're not alone.
Amin said, his words catching in his throat as the fox curled closer, its breath warm against his palm. He remembered the nights he'd sat with Coal in the rain, the dog's fur soaked, but his paws never leaving Amin's lap. The way his whines had softened into a steady hum that seemed to say, I'm here. Now. The fox's shivering echoed that same fragile trust.
We'll find your way.
Amin murmured, his voice thick with something he couldn't name. Coal let out a low whine, his silver stars flickering as if in agreement. The forest held its breath. Amin's fingers tightened around the fox's fur, and for the first time he felt the weight of the past and future pressing equally on his chest.
You're not alone.
He repeated, his voice steady now as the mist began to lift.
Coal!
Amin said, his voice low but firm.
What if we're not meant to find the answers?
He looked down at the fox, its eyes still wide with quiet desperation, and then at Coal, whose tail was now curled around the fox's trembling body. The dog's collar pulsed erratically, as if torn between fear and determination. Amin's hands trembled as he adjusted the memory shell in his satchel, the wooden box warm against his palm.
Maybe the past isn't something we're supposed to claim.
He continued, his voice fraying.
Maybe it's something we're supposed to carry.
Coal let out a soft whine, his silver stars flickering like distant constellations. He nudged the fox's side again, his movements deliberate, as if urging Amin to listen.
But I can't leave you behind.
Amin whispered, his voice cracking.
Not again.
The fox let out a soft whimper, its tiny paws pressing against Amin's wrist. Coal's collar pulsed brighter, and Amin felt a strange warmth bloom in his chest, a flicker of something he hadn't named in years. Asterisk. I used to think the forest was a place of answers. Asterisk, Amin thought, his fingers tightening around the fox's fur. Asterisk, but maybe it's a place of questions. Maybe it's not about what I find, but what I become along the way. Asterisk, he looked down at the fox, its breath shallow, and then at Coal, whose eyes reflected the fading light of the trees. Asterisk, I don't know if I'll ever understand the past. Asterisk, he admitted silently. Asterisk, but I know this. I don't want to lose you. Not again. Asterisk, the fox let out a soft sigh, its body relaxing against Amin's palm. Coal's collar pulsed once more, and Amin felt the weight of the moment settle in his bones, not as a burden, but as a promise. The mist thickened around them, and a low rumble echoed through the trees. Amin's breath caught as the ground beneath them trembled, the fox's trembling growing more urgent. Coal's collar flared with a sudden burst of light, and Amin felt a pulse of energy surge through his fingertips.
What is that?
He whispered, his voice barely above a breath. The fox let out a high-pitched whine, its body stiffening. Coal's silver stars blazed brighter, and Amin's heart pounded as the mist began to swirl around them, forming a vortex of light and shadow.
Coal.
He said, his voice trembling.
What's happening?
The dog let out a low growl, his tail stiff as he pressed himself against Amin's side. The fox let out a whimper, its tiny paws pressing against Amin's wrist. Amin's hands trembled as he reached for the memory shell, the wooden box warm against his palm.
We're not alone.
He whispered, his voice steadier now.
We've never been alone.
The mist swirled, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Amin's fingers trembled as he pressed his palm against Coal's fur, the dog's body shivering against his chest in the cold, damp tunnel. The air was thick with the scent of moss and something older, something ancient, and the only sound was the steady drip of water from the ceiling. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, its glow a fragile beacon in the darkness. Amin whispered.
It's okay, I'm here.
His voice barely audible, and Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist like a lifeline. The tunnel groaned, and the ground beneath them trembled, sending a shiver through Amin's bones. He tightened his grip on the memory shell, its wooden box warm against his palm.
We're not alone.
He said, his voice firmer now.
Not really.
Coal let out a soft whine, his silver star-like markings flickering in response, and Amin felt a surge of determination. The stone slab had shifted, revealing the tunnel, and now the path forward was clear.
We have to go.
He murmured, his breath fogging the air. Cole's eyes met his, and for a moment the weight of the journey pressed against them both. But Amin saw the same resolve in the dog's gaze.
Together.
He said, and Cole barked once, a sound that echoed through the tunnel like a promise. Amin crouched beside Cole, his hand resting on the dog's back as they waited for the tremors to subside.
You're not just a pet.
He said, his voice low.
You're my partner, my friend. I don't know what's ahead, but I know I won't face it alone.
Cole's tail swished gently, and he leaned into Amin's touch, his fur warm against his palm.
I remember the first time you found me.
Amin continued, his voice thick with emotion.
You were so small and I was so lost, but you stayed by my side even when I didn't know how to be brave.
Cole let out a soft whine, his ears twitching as if recalling the memory.
Poe's known how to comfort me.
Amin said, his eyes glistening.
Now it's my turn to be here for you.
Cole nudged his hand, his nose pressing against Amin's wrist, and for a moment the weight of the journey felt lighter. The tunnel walls pulsed with a low hum, the runes carved into the stone flaring to life as Amin and Cole stepped forward. The air grew colder, and the glow from Cole's collar flickered erratically as if uncertain of the way. Amin's breath came in shallow gasps, his heart pounding in his chest.
What if we're not ready?
He whispered, his voice trembling.
What if this is too much?
Cole let out a low whine, his tail stiffening, and Amin felt a surge of fear. He had always believed the Guardians were legends, distant figures from a bygone era. But now, standing at the threshold of the unknown, he saw the truth, the legacy his grandfather had left behind, the bond that had been forged through time and hardship.
I can't turn back.
He said, his voice steadier now.
Not when we've come this far.
Cole barked once, a sound that resonated through the tunnel, and Amin felt a flicker of hope. Together they would face whatever lay ahead. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in the darkness above. At the center of the room stood a massive stone archway, its surface etched with glowing runes. Amin's breath caught as he stepped forward, his eyes widening. The archway bore the same markings as the echo stones, but there was something different, something more powerful. A deep voice echoed through the chamber, resonating in Amin's bones.
To pass, you must prove your bond.
Amin's heart pounded.
What does that mean?
The voice did not answer. Instead, the air around them shifted, and a vision filled the chamber. It was not of the past, but of the present of Amin, standing alone, his hands trembling as he held the memory shell, the lullaby playing softly in the air. He saw himself standing at the edge of the forest, Cole at his side, and the weight of the journey pressing upon him. Amin's breath caught.
This is my bond.
He whispered.
With you, Cole.
The vision faded, and the chamber trembled once more. The archway pulsed with light, and the runes flared to life, revealing a final test. Amin looked at Cole, his heart swelling with determination.
We've come this far.
He said softly.
We can't stop now.
Cole let out a low whine, his tail swaying gently, and with a deep breath Amin stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Amin and Cole stood before the glowing archway, the air thick with an energy that made the hairs on Amin's arms rise. Cole's collar pulsed erratically, its silver star-like markings flickering as if reacting to something unseen. The dog's ears twitched, his gaze fixed on the mist-shrouded chamber beyond the archway. his tail stiff as he pressed closer to Amin. Amin's fingers tightened around the memory shell, its wooden box warm against his palm. He had noticed Coal's strange behavior since they entered the tunnel, how the dog had refused to step on certain stones, how his collar had dimmed whenever they passed a carved symbol. Now, as the runes on the archway flared to life, Coal let out a low whine, his paws shifting uneasily. Amin glanced at the dog, then back at the archway.
You think this is a test?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Master Liang's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk.
The guardians are not defined by their power, but by their bond with their pets.
Asterisk. Coal nudged his hand, his eyes reflecting the glow of the runes.
You're not alone.
Amin murmured, his voice trembling. The chamber trembled, and the vision began. Amin saw himself as a child, clutching a sketchbook, while Coal, then named Ash, lay beside him, his fur black as night. The image shifted, his grandfather standing at the edge of the forest, a dog with silver stars at his flank. The lullaby played, and Amin's breath caught.
This is our bond.
He whispered, his voice breaking. Coal let out a soft bark, and the mist parted, revealing the path forward. As Amin and Coal stepped into the mist-laden chamber, Coal's collar pulsed with a steady rhythm, its silver star-like markings flickering as if reacting to the tree's ancient energy. Amin's gaze lingered on the glowing pedestal where the wooden box sat, its surface etched with the same runes as the echo stones. He reached for it, but Coal suddenly darted forward, his paws landing precisely on the box's edge, as if guarding it. Amin blinked, then knelt, his fingers brushing the wood.
You've always known what to do.
He murmured, his voice thick with reverence. Coal let out a soft whine, his tail swaying gently, and nudged the box toward Amin. The lullaby began to play, its melody weaving through the mist, and Amin's breath caught.
This is your song.
He whispered.
The one your grandfather sang to you.
Coal's ears twitched, his eyes reflecting the golden light of the tree.
You remember?
Amin said, his heart swelling.
Even when I forgot.
Coal's collar flared brighter, and the mist around them shimmered, revealing a path of glowing runes that had been hidden before. Amin's inner monologue surged with realization. Asterisk. This isn't just a test, it's a bridge between us, between past and present. Coal's bond with me isn't just loyalty, it's a legacy. Asterisk. As the runes pulsed, the tree's branches swayed, and a voice echoed through the chamber, not from the past, but from the present.
The bond is not in the power you wield, but in the trust you share.
Amin looked at Coal, who now stood at the edge of the path, his tail raised in quiet encouragement. The mist parted, revealing a clearing bathed in golden light, and Amin stepped forward, his heart full, knowing this was only the beginning. The air in the echoing caves was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone as Amin and Coal. Al crept forward, their footsteps muffled by the moss-covered floor. The cave walls shimmered faintly reflecting the soft glow of Coal's collar, which pulsed in time with the rhythm of their breaths. Amin tightened his grip on the spirit. Speak stone, its surface warm beneath his fingers, as if it too sensed the weight of what lay ahead. As they ventured deeper, a faint hum filled the air, growing louder with each step. Amin's heart pounded. He had heard stories of the echoing caves, how the voices of the past lingered within, whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. Coal's tail stiffened, and his ears twitched as he sniffed the air. Amin crouched beside him, whispering.
What do you hear?
Coal tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the dim light. Then, with a soft whine, he nudged Amin's hand. Urging him forward, the path ahead opened into a vast chamber where the walls were etched. With glowing symbols at the center stood a figure cloaked in shadows, their face obscured by a veil of swirling mist. Amin's breath caught in his throat.
Lin Xiaoman.
He murmured, stepping forward. The figure turned, and Amin's heart clenched. It was not Lin Xiaoman. It was Aji, a researcher from the Ancient Legends Research Society, his eyes alight with curiosity.
You're here for the cave's memory.
Aji said, his voice steady.
I've been waiting.
He gestured to the symbols on the wall, which pulsed in response to his presence.
This cave holds the echoes of the past. If you listen closely, you might hear what Lin Xiaoman left behind.
Amin hesitated, then placed his hand on the wall. A warm current passed through him, and the symbols flared to life. A whisper filled the cham. Bare a voice, soft yet urgent, speaking of a journey, a bond, and a promise unfulfilled. Coal's collar glowed brighter, as if recognizing the voice. Aji watched Amin closely, his expression unreadable.
You're not the only one searching for answers.
He said.
But the past doesn't give up its secrets easily.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was listening intently. His tail curled tightly around Amin's wrist.
We'll find the truth.
Amin, said, his voice steady.
Together.
Aji nodded, his eyes reflecting the same determination.
Then let's begin.
Amin's fingers brushed against the wall again, and the symbols pulsed once more, revealing a narrow passage hidden behind a curtain of mist. Coal's tail stiffened, and he barked softly a warning. Amin crouched, peering into the dim corridor.
It's clear.
He whispered, though his voice trembled slightly. Coal nuzzled his hand, his presence a quiet reassurance. With a deep breath, Amin stepped forward. Coal at his side, the passage opened into a small chamber. Where the walls were covered in intricate carvings, at the center stood a stone pedestal, and atop it lay a small weathered collar. Amin's breath caught in his throat. The collar was similar to Coal's, but its surface was etched with unfamiliar markings. Aji knelt beside the pedestal, his fingers tracing the symbols.
This is a relic.
He murmured.
A collar from the time of the first guardians. It's possible this belonged to someone before Lin Xiaoman.
Amin reached out his fingers, hovering just above the collar as he touched it. A warm pulse of energy radiated through his palm. A soft glow spread across the chamber, and the carvings on the walls shimmered to life. A vision unfolded before them. My young girl, no older than Amin, standing at the edge of a forest, her hands clasped around the collar of a dog with silver markings. Amin's heart pounded.
That's Lin Xiaoman.
He whispered. Coal whined softly, his eyes locked on the vision. Amin turned to Aji, his voice urgent.
Do you know who she was with?
Aji shook his head, his expression solemn.
Not yet, but this collar may hold the key.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was still watching the vision with wide, curious eyes. He reached out, brushing a hand across Coal's fur.
We'll find out.
He said, his voice steady.
Together.
Aji nodded, his eyes reflecting the same determination.
Then let's continue.
The passage narrowed, the air thick with the scent of damp stone, and something else as something sweet and familiar. Amin's fingers brushed against the wall, and the cymbals pulsed again, revealing a hidden door. Aji stepped forward, his eyes scanning the carvings.
This is a test,
He murmured.
a trial of memory.
Amin frowned.
A trial?
Aji nodded.
The first guardians were said to have passed through this chamber, guided by the Song of the Stone. If we can remember the right melody, the door will open.
Amin's heart pounded. He had no idea what song they were supposed to sing. He turned to Coal, who was sniffing the air with an alert expression.
Do you know what song it is?
Coal tilted his head, then let out a soft, mournful whine. Amin's breath caught. It was a song familiar yet distant, like a memory trying to resurface. He closed his eyes, listening. The notes were faint, like a whisper carried on the wind. Then a voice.
I'll come back for you.
A girl's voice echoed through the chamber, soft yet resolute. Amin's eyes snapped open. It was Lin Xiaoman's voice. Coal's collar glowed brighter, and the symbols on the wall flared to life. A soft melody filled the chamber, rising and falling like the tide. Amin's fingers trembled as he reached for the spirit. Speakstone, its surface warm beneath his touch.
I'll come back for you.
He whispered, his voice joining the song. The air around them shimmered, and the door groaned open. Amin stepped forward, Coal at his side, the melody still echoing in his ears. Aji watched him closely, his expression unreadable.
You've remembered.
He said softly. Amin nodded, his heart still pounding.
I think I did.
Aji smiled faintly.
Then let's see what awaits us beyond the door.
Amin's mind drifted to the first time he met Coal, a lost puppy, shivering in the rain, his small paws pressed against Amin's hand as if seeking a promise unspoken now. Years later, Coal's presence was a constant, a quiet strength that anchored him through every trial. The memory of their bond burned bright, even in the darkness of the cave.
We'll find the truth.
Amin whispered to himself, his voice barely audible, as he stepped forward into the unknown. Amin and Coal crept deeper into the whispering passage, the air thick with the scent of moss and ancient stone. The cave walls shimmered faintly, reflecting the soft glow of Coal's collar, which pulsed in time with Amin's heartbeat. Aji trailed behind, his eyes scanning the carvings that lined the narrow corridor. Amin's fingers brushed against the wall, and the symbols flared to life, revealing a hidden door shrouded in mist. Coal's tail stiffened, and he barked softly, a warning. Amin knelt beside him, whispering.
What do you see?
Coal tilted his head, his ears twitching as he sniffed the air. Then, with a gentle nudge, he pressed his nose against Amin's palm, urging him forward. The mist parted, revealing a chamber bathed in golden light. At its center stood a stone pedestal, and atop it lay a weathered collar, its surface etched with unfamiliar markings. Agi knelt beside it, his voice low.
This relic belonged to the first guardians.
He said, tracing the symbols.
It might hold the key to Lin Xiaoman's story.
Amin reached out, his fingers trembling as he touched the collar. A warm pulse surged through him, and the carvings on the walls shimmered to life. A vision unfolded. Young girl, no older than Amin, standing at the edge of a sun-dappled meadow, her hands clasped around the collar of a silver-marked dog. Amin's breath caught.
That's Lin Xiaoman.
He whispered. Coal whined softly, his eyes locked on the vision. Amin turned to Aji, his voice urgent.
Do you know who she was with?
Ag shook his head, his expression solemn.
Not yet, but this collar may hold the answer.
Amin looked down at Cole, who was still watching the vision with wide, curious eyes. He reached out, brushing a hand across Cole's fur.
We'll find out.
He said, his voice steady.
Together.
As the vision faded, Amin's mind drifted to memories of the first time he'd met Koala, rainy afternoon, in a woodland cabin where the dog had bounded into his arms, his fur damp and his tail wagging with unshakable joy. Those moments had shaped him, taught him that companionship was a quiet strength, a bond that could weather any storm. Now, as the chamber dimmed, Amin felt the weight of the past pressing against him. He turned to Aji, his voice quiet.
What if this collar belonged to someone like us? Someone who left behind a promise?
Aji hesitated, then nodded.
Then let's see where it leads.
The air grew still, and the symbols on the wall pulsed once more, as if waiting for their next step. The air in the cavern thickened as Amin and Coal pressed forward, the glowing symbols on the walls pulsing like a heartbeat. Aji trailed behind, his eyes flicking between the carvings and the narrow passage ahead. Amin's fingers brushed the stone, and the wall shuddered, revealing a hidden door etched with swirling patterns.
This is the test.
Ag murmured, his voice low.
The first guardians had to sing the right melody to open it.
Amin frowned, his gaze falling to Cole, who was sniffing the air with a furrowed brow.
Do you know the song?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Cole tilted his head, then let out a soft, mournful whine that echoed through the chamber. Amin's breath caught. It was a song faint, like a memory trying to resurface. He closed his eyes, listening. Then a voice, asterisk.
I'll come back for you.
Asterisk, a girl's voice, whispered, trembling with resolve. Amin's eyes snapped open. Cole's collar glowed brighter, and the symbols flared to life.
That's Lin Xiaoman.
Amin breathed, his fingers trembling, as he reached for the spirit. Speak, stone.
Asterisk, I'll come back for you. Asterisk,
He whispered, his voice joining the melody. The air shimmered, and the door groaned open. Aji stepped forward, his expression unreadable.
you remembered.
He said softly. Amin nodded, his heart pounding.
I think I did.
Aji's eyes flicked to Cole, who was still listening intently.
Then let's see what awaits us beyond the door.
Amin swallowed hard, then stepped forward, Cole at his side. The moment they crossed the threshold, the ground trembled, and a narrow stream appeared ahead, its waters churning with a strange iridescent light. Cole's tail stiffened.
Wait,
Amin said, crouching beside him.
we need to cross carefully.
Cole whined, his paws twitching. Amin reached out, brushing his hand across Cole's fur.
Together.
He said, his voice steady. Cole let out a soft bark, then bounded forward, leaping over the stream with surprising grace. Amin followed, his boots skidding on the slick stones. Halfway across, a sudden splash sent a burst of water into the air. Amin's breath caught. A mischievous fox, its fur the color of molten gold, emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with challenge.
Not today.
Amin muttered, stepping forward. The fox darted, knocking over a cluster of glowing mushrooms. Cole barked, his tail lashing as he lunged. Amin grabbed a fallen branch, waving it in the air.
Hey, that's not yours.
He shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern. The fox paused, its ears twitching. Amin took a step closer, his heart racing.
We're not here to fight.
He said, his voice firm. The fox tilted its head, then let out a high-pitched yip. Before darting back into the shadows, Amin exhaled, his hands trembling. Coal nuzzled his wrist, his eyes still bright with curiosity.
We did it.
Amin said, his voice soft. Coal whined, then nudged him forward, the melody still echoing in his ears. Aji watched from the doorway, his expression unreadable.
Then let's continue.
He said, his voice steady. Amin nodded, his heart still pounding.
Together.
Amin and Coal stood before the pedestal, the Guardian's choice stone pulsing with an eerie, rhythmic glow that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the cave itself. Aji's voice was steady as he explained the stone's purpose. But Amin's attention was fixed on Coal, who had pressed his nose against the pedestal, his fur bristling as if sensing something beyond their understanding.
The first Guardians didn't just choose their path.
Aji said, his eyes scanning the glowing symbols.
They had to prove their worth. This stone, it's a test of trust, of loyalty, of the bond between owner and pet.
Amin nodded, but his mind was already racing.
What if the test isn't just about us?
He asked, his voice low.
What if it's about Lin Xiaoman's choice? What if the stone holds the answer to why she left her collar behind?
Coal let out a low whine, his tail curling tightly around Amin's wrist, as if to say, asterisk, we'll find out together. Asterisk, Amin knelt, brushing his fingers over the stone's surface, and the symbols flared, revealing a vision of Lin Xiaoman standing at the edge of a forest, her hands clasped around a dog's collar identical to Coal's.
She was looking for someone.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling.
But who?
Aji's expression darkened.
That's the question, isn't it? And the stone might not give up its secrets easily.
Amin's heart pounded.
Lin, let's not ask it to.
He said, standing.
We'll find the truth asterisk together. Asterisk.
Coal barked, a sound of determination, and the stone's glow intensified. As the vision faded, the chamber trembled, and the ground beneath them shifted, revealing a narrow stream cutting through the floor.
A test of crossing.
Aji murmured, his eyes narrowing.
But the water's too deep for us to wade.
Amin looked at Coal, who had already sniffed the stream's edge, his paws pawing at the water with cautious curiosity.
You think we can cross it?
Amin asked, his voice tight with uncertainty. Coal tilted his head, then let out a sharp bark, his tail wagging as if to say, asterisk, I'll lead the way. Asterisk. Amin grinned, his nerves easing.
All right, then you first.
As Coal stepped into the stream, the water hissed and bubbled, but the dog waded forward, his paws leaving no trace. Amin followed, his boots sinking into the current, but Coal's steady presence kept him calm.
You are amazing.
Amin said, his voice barely above a whisper.
How do you know what to do?
Coal turned, his eyes meeting Amin's, and let out a soft whine as if to say, asterisk, because I trust you. Asterisk, just then a rustle in the undergrowth made them freeze. A shadow darted between the rocks of Fox, its fur shimmering with the same silver markings as the dog in Lin Xiaoman's vision. It paused, its eyes locked on Coal, and then darted forward, knocking over a pile of stones.
A trick.
AG said, his voice sharp.
It's testing our resolve.
Amin's hand tightened around the big stone.
We can't let it distract us.
He said, his voice firm. Coal barked, a challenge, and the fox hissed, circling them. Amin stepped forward, his heart pounding.
We're not afraid of you.
He said, his voice steady. The fox snarled, but Coal lunged, barking fiercely, and the creature darted away, vanishing into the shadows. Amin exhaled, his chest heaving.
That was close.
He said, his voice trembling. Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail wagging, and Amin laughed, the tension melting away.
You're incredible.
He said, his eyes shining.
Together, we'll find the truth.
AG nodded, his expression unreadable.
Then let's continue.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was already sniffing the air, his tail wagging in anticipation.
Ready?
Amin asked. Coal let out a bark, and the path ahead glowed brighter, as if the cave itself was waiting for them to take the next step. The air in the echoing caves was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. A silence so profound it seemed to press against Amin's ears as he and Coal crept forward, their footsteps muffled by moss-covered floors. Coal's fur bristled as he paused, his nose twitching at the faintest shift in the air, and Amin followed his gaze to a gnarled tree root jutting from the cave wall, its surface etched with symbols that pulsed faintly, as if breathing.
What is it?
Amin whispered, crouching beside Coal, who growled low, his tail stiff as a blade. Then, without warning, the symbols on the root flared to life, casting a greenish glow that spread across the floor in jagged patterns, and Coal's collar heated up, its light flickering like a heartbeat. Amin's fingers tightened on the spirit. Speak stone, its warmth now a second heartbeat against his palm.
You're not afraid of this, are you?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a breath. Coal's ears twitched, and he nuzzled Amin's wrist, his eyes reflecting the eerie glow.
I've seen this before.
Amin murmured, his mind racing.
But not like this.
Oji, standing at the edge of the chamber, tilted his head as the symbols pulsed again, his voice steady, yet laced with something Amin couldn't name.
This cave remembers,
He said, his gaze flicking to the glowing root.
and it's not just the past it holds, it's the ones who came before you.
Amin's breath hitched as the symbols on the wall began to shift, revealing a faint outline of a paw print, its edges worn but unmistakable. Coal whined, his tail curling around Amin's wrist, and Amin felt a strange certainty bloom in his chest.
You're not just a dog.
He whispered, his voice trembling.
You are something more.
Aji's eyes narrowed, but before he could speak, the ground trembled, and a hidden passage yawned open behind the root, its entrance lined with the same glowing symbols. Coal let out a low, resonant bark, and the air hummed with a sound that felt like a memory trying to escape. Amin stepped forward, his heart pounding, the spirit speak stone burning hot in his grip.
We're not just finding the past.
He said, his voice firm.
We're finding you.
The echoing caves hummed with an eerie resonance as Amin and Coal pressed deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of moss that carpeted the floor. Coal's fur bristled as he halted abruptly, his low growl vibrating through the air. Before them stood an ancient tree, its gnarled roots twisting like skeletal fingers into the stone, and its bark shimmered with faint, pulsating spots of blue light. Amin crouched, his hand brushing against the tree's surface, and the spots flared brighter, casting ghostly patterns on the cave walls.
What is it?
He whispered, but Cole only barked again, his tail stiff as he nudged Amin's wrist toward a narrow crevice in the rock. Agi, who had been following silently, knelt beside them, his voice hushed.
This tree is older than the cave itself. Legends say it's a guardian of forgotten paths, but no one knows why it glows.
Amin's fingers tightened around the spirit. Speak, stone. Its warmth, a faint comfort.
Cole's never reacted like this before.
He murmured, his gaze flicking to the dog's anxious eyes.
He's leading us somewhere.
Agi's brow furrowed.
Or someone is leading him.
As if in answer, the tree's light pulsed again, and a faint scent of burnt amber drifted through the air. Amin's heart pounded.
We follow.
He said, his voice steady. Cole let out a sharp bark, and the crevice widened, revealing a passage that had been hidden until now. Amin's mind raced asterisk. What if this is where Lin Xiaoman disappeared? Asterisk. He glanced at Cole, whose collar now glowed faintly, as though recognizing the path ahead. The air grew colder, and the hum of the cave deepened, like a held breath waiting to be released. Amin knelt in the damp cave, his fingers trembling as he cradled Cole's shivering body, the dog's fur matted with cold and the scent of ancient stone. Rain had seeped through the cracks in the ceiling, pooling in shallow puddles that reflected the flickering glow of Cole's collar. The dog's breath came in shallow whimpers, his tail limp against Amin's wrist as he nuzzled into the crook of Amin's arm, seeking warmth.
It's okay.
Amin murmured, his voice cracking as he pressed his forehead to Cole's damp fur.
I'm here. I'm always here.
Cole's eyes, wide and clouded with pain, blinked slowly, his tongue flicking against Amin's palm in a silent plea for comfort. Agi stood nearby, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the scene with a quiet solemnity.
He's been through so much.
Agi said softly, his voice thick with unspoken memories.
But he's still here, still fighting.
Amin looked up, his throat tight.
Because he has to be.
He whispered, his mind flashing to the memory of Cole's first days with him, how the dog had limped into his life, his collar broken, his spirit unbroken.
I can't lose him again.
The cave seemed to hold its breath, the air heavy with the weight of their shared resolve. Then, as if sensing the unspoken fear, Cole let out a soft trembling bark, his tail lifting slightly, and pressed his nose against Amin's chest, a silent promise that he would not leave. Amin closed his eyes, tears slipping down his cheeks, and whispered.
We'll find the truth together, always.
The breach trembled beneath Amin's feet, its ancient stones slick with condensation, each step a test of courage. Cole's tail coiled tightly around Amin's wrist, his fur bristling as if sensing the weight of the moment. The air was thick with the scent of moss and something older, something that whispered of forgotten promises. Amin's fingers brushed the wall, and the carvings flared to life, revealing a vision of Lin Xiaoman standing alone at the edge of a forest, her hands clasped around a dog's collar, his breath caught. Coal whined softly, nuzzling his palm as if to say, I'm here. Asterisk. Amin tightened his grip on the spirit. Speak, stone. Its warmth a lifeline.
You're not alone.
He murmured, his voice trembling. Coal's eyes met his, steady and unyielding, as if to say, Asterisk. I'll never leave you. Asterisk. Old Zal's voice echoed from the abyss.
The past doesn't give up its secrets easily.
Amin swallowed hard, his heart pounding.
Then let's find the truth.
He said, stepping forward. Coal barked, a sound that resonated through the chamber, and the bridge glowed brighter. Amin's mind raced. Asterisk. What if this is the moment Lin Xiaoman failed? What if I'm not strong enough? Asterisk. But Coal's presence was a quiet reassurance, his trust unshakable. The stones beneath Amin's feet pulsed, as if recognizing the bond between them. He took another step, and the abyss seemed to shrink, the light from the guardian's choice stone drawing him forward.
You're not the only one searching.
Old Zhao's voice murmured, but Amin no longer feared the past. Had Coal, and that was enough.
Why do you think Lin Xiaoman left her collar behind?
Amin asked, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. Old Zal's shadowed figure tilted his head, the mist around his face swirling like smoke.
Because she was searching for something.
He said, his voice low.
A choice that would shape the future, but choices are never easy.
Amin's fingers tightened around the spirit, big stone.
Then why did she leave it here?
He pressed.
Maybe she didn't know.
Old Zhao replied.
Or maybe she hoped someone else would find it. Someone who could carry the burden she couldn't.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was watching him with unwavering trust.
She wasn't alone.
He said softly.
She had someone with her.
Coal let out a low one, his tail curling tighter around Amin's wrist. Old Zhao's expression remained unreadable.
Then prove it.
He said, his voice a whisper carried on the wind. Amin swallowed hard, his heart pounding.
I will.
He said, stepping forward. Amin's breath came in shallow gasps as the vision of Lin Xiaoman faded, leaving only the flickering glow of the guardian's choice stone. His fingers still tingled from the warmth of the relic, but his mind was a storm of questions. Asterisk, why did she leave her collar behind? What choice did she have to make? Asterisk, he looked down at Coal, who was now sitting beside him, his tail curled tightly around Amin's wrist, as if to say, Asterisk, I'm here. Asterisk, Amin's chest tightened. Asterisk, what if I fail? What if I'm not strong enough to carry this burden? Asterisk. But then he remembered the nights when Coal had nuzzled his hand during thunderstorms, his presence a quiet promise that he would never be alone. Asterisk. This is why I'm here. Asterisk, Amin thought. Asterisk, to find the truth, to protect the bond she left behind. Asterisk, his fingers brushed against Coal's fur, and the dog's ears twitched, his tail giving a gentle flick. Amin smiled faintly. Asterisk, you're not just my pet. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, you're my family. Asterisk, the bridge groaned beneath Amin's weight, the stones shifting as if testing his resolve. Coal's tail tightened around his wrist, his body rigid with tension. Amin's heart pounded. Asterisk. This is it, Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. The moment that defines everything. Asterisk. He took a slow step forward, the abyss yawning below him. The air was thick with the scent of old stone, and something else is something sweet, like the memory of a promise kept. Coal let out a low whine, his eyes locked on Amin's.
I'm not afraid.
Amin said, though his voice trembled.
Because I have you.
Coal barked, a sound that resonated through the chamber, and the bridge glowed brighter. Amin's fingers brushed against the wall, and the carvings flared to life, revealing a vision of Lin Xiaoman and her dog standing together, their hands clasped in a silent vow. Amin's breath caught. Asterisk, she wasn't alone. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, she had someone with her. Asterisk, his heart swelled with determination.
Then let's find the truth,
He said, stepping forward. Coal let out another bark, and the bridge seemed to stabilize beneath his feet. The abyss no longer felt endless. It felt like a path waiting to be walked. The air in the chamber was thick with the scent of damp stone, and something sweet and familiar, like the memory of a long-forgotten flower. Coal's ears twitched as he stared intently at the far wall, his tail stiff and uncharacteristically still. Amin knelt beside him, his fingers brushing the cold floor, when Coal suddenly darted forward, his paws skidding against the mossy ground. He returned with a small, weathered object clutched in his jaws, a collar, its surface etched with the same markings as the one on the pedestal. Amin's breath caught.
Coal.
He whispered, his voice trembling. The dog's eyes met his, unblinking, as if he had known all along. Aji, who had been studying the carvings, turned sharply.
That's not just any color.
He said, his tone low.
It's a relic from the first Guardians. If it's here, it means someone hid it Simeon who understood the trial.
Amin's mind raced. Had Coal been guiding them this whole time, not just by instinct but by memory? His hands trembled as he reached for the collar, but Coal barked sharply, his tail lashing.
Wait,
Amin murmured, his heart pounding.
you're not just a pet, you're a guardian too.
Coal whined, his nose pressing against Amin's palm, as if to say, Asterisk, I know. Asterisk, Amin's inner monologue churned. Asterisk, this isn't just a trial of trust, it's a test of legacy. Coal's collar, the Guardian's choice stone, the vision of Lin Xiaoman. They're all connected, but how? Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden tremor in the ground. The bridge ahead flickered, its stones glowing faintly. Coal's collar pulsed in time with the light, and Amin realized with a jolt the trial wasn't just about crossing the bridge, it was about understanding the bond between guardian and pet. As Adi stepped forward, his voice steady.
The past doesn't give up its secrets easily.
Amin turned to Coal, his voice urgent.
What do you see?
The dog's eyes gleamed with a strange, knowing light. Asterisk.
I'll come back for you.
Asterisk, he seemed to whisper, his tail curling tightly around Amin's wrist as if to say, Asterisk, I always have. Asterisk. The air in the chamber was thick with the scent of old stone and something sweet, like honeyed smoke, a fragrance that made Coal's nose twitch and his tail stiffen as he stared intently at the bridge's trembling stone. Amin's fingers brushed the wall, and the carvings flared to life, revealing a narrow path that seemed to shimmer with the weight of forgotten memories. Coal's eyes locked onto the far end of the bridge, where old Zal stood, his silhouette flickering like a shadow caught between past and present.
You're here for the trial of trust.
Old Zal said, his voice steady as he gestured to the bridge.
But trust is a fragile thing. You must decide what you're willing to risk.
Amin hesitated, his gaze flicking to Coal, who had suddenly nudged his hand with a soft whine as if urging him forward.
What if I'm wrong?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Zal tilted his head, his expression unreadable.
Then the past will remind you what you've forgotten.
Amin's breath caught as he recalled the day Lin Xiaoman had first placed Coal's collar around his neck, her voice trembling with a promise she never fulfilled. Coal's collar glowed faintly as if echoing the memory, and Amin's heart pounded with sudden clarity. The bridge trembled again, and this time Coal's paws pressed firmly against the stones, his fur bristling as if sensing something invisible. Amin stepped forward, his voice steady.
We'll find the truth together.
As he crossed, the bridge stabilized, and old Zal's shadow flickered, revealing a hidden path, carved into the Walla message from Lin Xiaoman herself, etched in glowing script.
The bond between guardian and pet is the key to the past.
Coal let out a low bark, his tail curling tightly around Amin's wrist, and the chamber trembled with the weight of a secret finally unearthed. The ancient shrine's air was thick with the scent of damp earth and aged parchment, a perfume that clung to Amin's skin as he sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor. Lin Xiaoman's diary opened before him. Coal's silver-flecked fur glowed faintly in the dim light, his tail curled around Amin's wrist like a silent promise. The pages trembled in Amin's hands, brittle and yellowed, their ink faded but legible.
She didn't want to leave.
Amin murmured, his voice cracking as he traced the words, asterisk.
I wish I could stay.
Asterisk scrawled in Lin Xiaoman's looping script. Coal's ears twitched, his gaze steady, as if he understood the weight of the confession. A soft rustle at the shrine's entrance made Amin freeze. Awen stepped inside, her arms full of books and a wheeled chair carved with tiny paw prints. Her orange cat, Orange, perched on her shoulder, purring like a motorboat.
I heard you were here.
Awen said, her voice gentle as a summer breeze.
I brought this for Orange's been practicing his walking, but it's slow.
She gestured to the chair, its frame gleaming in the shrine's dim light. Orange nudged it with his nose, his tail flicking with curiosity. Amin's eyes softened as he watched the cat explore the chair. His mind drifting to the first time he'd met Koala Lost, shivering kitten in a storm, his fur matted with rain. Asterisk, you were alone then. Asterisk, Amin thought. Asterisk, but now you're not. Asterisk, Coal let out a low whine, his silver spots flaring as if in agreement.
You're right.
Amin whispered, his fingers brushing the diary's edge.
We all need help sometimes.
As he closed the book, a faint glow pulsed from its pages, and a faded collar fragment slipped free, its inscription, asterisk Lin Xiaoman, asterisk glowing faintly in the dark. Amin's breath caught. This wasn't just a relicit, was a message, a bridge to the past waiting to be crossed. The mistwood forest pulsed with a quiet energy as Amin and Coal stepped into the clearing, the mist swirling around them like a living thing. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood. And the trees loomed overhead, their trunks twisted with age, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the forest understood. Coal's silver spots flared faintly as he padded ahead, his tail twitching with unease. Amin knelt, pressing his palm to the moss-covered ground, and the moment his skin touched the soil, a warmth surged through him. In his mind's eye, he saw Lin Xiaoman standing at the edge of the clearing, her hand outstretched toward a glowing stone embedded in the earth. Her face was pale, her expression a mixture of determination and sorrow, and as she reached for the stone, the vision shattered like glass, leaving only the echo of her voice. Asterisk.
Find the star spring before it's too late.
Asterisk Amin gasped, his fingers sinking into the moss. Coal let out a low whine, his tail curling protectively around Amin's wrist.
You okay?
His voice rumbled in Amin's mind, a gift from the spirit. Speak, stone. Amin nodded, though his heart pounded.
She was here before us. She knew something.
Coal's silver eyes met his, and for a moment Amin felt the weight of the past pressing against his chest. He remembered the first time he'd met Coal, a scrawny kitten with fur like moonlight, hiding in the shadows of his childhood home. Back then, he'd been alone, burdened by grief and guilt, but Coal had crept into his life like a quiet promise, his purring a balm to Amin's wounds. Now, as the mist thickened and the forest seemed to hold its breath, Amin felt the same quiet certainty. He was not alone. He looked down at the ground, where the glow from his palm had faded, and whispered,
We'll find the star spring Lin Xiaoman. I promise.
The mist shifted, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches brushing against the air like fingers. Coal's fur flared again, and a faint hum resonated through the clearing, as if the forest itself was listening. Amin stood, brushing the moss from his hands, and took a step forward. The ground beneath him pulsed with a faint golden light, and in the center of the clearing, a stone emerged from the earth, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered like starlight. Amin's breath caught.
This is it.
He murmured. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes gleaming with quiet pride.
Then let's see what the forest has to say.
Amin whispered, and as he reached for the stone, the mist parted, revealing a path lined with glowing flowers that seemed to bloom only in the presence of the past. The archway loomed before them, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered like trapped fireflies. Amin ran his fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth pulse beneath his touch, while Coal's silver spots flared in mourning, his tail coiling tightly around Amin's wrist.
It's not just a barrier.
Coal murmured in Amin's mind, his voice a low rumble.
It's a test.
Before Amin could respond, a voice cut through the mist.
You're right about that.
A young man stepped from the shadows, his dark hair tied with a ribbon that matched the archway's color.
I'm Aji.
He said, offering a nervous smile.
I'm with the Ancient Legends Research Society. I heard about you from Mr. Bai.
Amin hesitated, then nodded.
We're looking for answers about Lin Lemon and the Star Spring.
Aji's eyes widened slightly, and he glanced at the archway.
Then you'll need this.
He pulled a small, circular object from his satchel asterisk text, translation mirror asterisk that glowed with a soft blue light. As Amin took it, the symbols on the archway flared to life, revealing the message asterisk.
Only those who carry the past may pass.
Asterisk, but before they could celebrate, the ground beneath them shifted. A narrow stream gurgled to life, its waters icy and fast.
We'll have to cross.
Amin said, gripping Coal's collar.
Careful.
Coal warned, his tail flicking as he sniffed the air.
The stones are slippery.
Amin stepped forward, testing the first rock, but it slipped beneath his foot. He stumbled, catching himself on a low branch.
I've got you.
Coal growled, nudging him forward.
Just keep your balance.
Amin nodded, his heart pounding as he and Coal inched across, the stream's current tugging at their legs. Suddenly, a burst of color caught Amin's eye, a butterfly darting between the rocks. Coal let out a playful yowl, his tail flicking as he lunged after it.
Coal!
Amin coughed, laughing despite the tension.
Not now.
But Coal was already halfway across the stream, the butterfly fluttering just out of reach.
You're distracting me.
Amin muttered, though his smile betrayed his amusement.
Then I'll just have to be faster.
Coal replied, his eyes gleaming with mischief. As they reached the other side, Agi stepped forward, his expression thoughtful.
The mirror shows more than just the words.
He said,
It reveals the path forward. But the forest isn't done testing you yet.
Amin looked down at the mirror, its surface now reflecting a faint trail of light leading deeper into the mist.
Then we keep going.
He said, his voice steady. Coal's silver spots flared again, and for a moment the air around them hummed with the weight of the past and the promise of what lay ahead. The mistwood forest pulsed with an eerie golden light as Amin and Coal stepped into the clearing, the mist swirling like living threads around them. Coal's silver spots flared faintly, his tail stiffening as he sniffed the air.
The forest is watching.
He rumbled in Amin's mind, his voice a low vibration that sent a shiver down Amin's spine. Amin knelt, pressing his palm to the mossy ground, and the moment his skin touched the earth, a vision flickered. Lin Xiaoman standing at the archway, her hand outstretched toward a glowing stone. The image vanished, leaving only a lingering warmth in Amin's chest.
You okay?
Coal's voice was a soft rumble, his silver fur glowing brighter as he nudged Amin's shoulder.
I think she was here before us.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling. Coal let out a low whine, his tail curling around Amin's wrist.
Then we need to find out what she was looking for.
Amin nodded, his heart pounding as he rose, his eyes scanning the archway's symbols. Suddenly, a rustling in the underbrush made them both freeze. A small, fox-like creature with shimmering fur darted between the trees, its eyes gleaming with mischief.
Not again.
Amin muttered, recalling the last time a mischievous beast had led them astray. Coal's tail stiffened, his fur flaring as he bared his teeth.
Let's not let it win.
Amin said, his voice firm. He reached for the text translation mirror, its blue light flickering as it revealed a hidden path through the thorns.
Stay close.
He told Coal, his hand brushing the cat's head. As they pressed forward, the mist thickened, and a stream appeared ahead, its waters rushing over jagged rocks.
We'll have to cross.
Amin said, his eyes narrowing at the slippery stones. Coal's tail curled around his wrist, his silver spots glowing.
I'll help.
He said, his voice steady. Amin took a deep breath, stepping onto the first rock.
Hold on.
He called, his voice steady. As he reached for Coal's collar, the cat leapt, landing perfectly on the next stone, his claws digging into the moss.
You are doing great.
Amin said, his heart racing as he followed. Coal's purr rumbled in his mind, a sound of quiet encouragement.
We're almost there.
He said, his voice a whisper of determination. As they reached the other side, the mist parted, revealing the archway's final message. Asterisk.
The past is not a burden, it is a bridge.
Asterisk Amin looked at Coal, his eyes wide with wonder.
I think I understand now.
He whispered, his voice trembling with the weight of revelation. The air in the shrine was thick with the scent of old paper and petrichor, the kind that clung to the earth after a long rain. Amin sat on the cold stone floor, his hands wrapped around Lin Xiaoman's diary, its pages brittle with age. Coal lay beside him, his silver-flecked fur glowing faintly in the dim light, as if the very forest was watching. A soft rustling came from the shrine's entrance, and Awen stepped inside, her arms full of books and a small wheeled chair. Her orange cat, Orange, sat on her shoulder, purring as she set the chair down.
I heard you were here.
She said, her voice gentle.
I wanted to bring this.
She gestured to the chair, its frame carved with tiny paw prints.
I thought Orange might need a little more freedom.
Amin looked at the chair, then at Orange, who was already nudging it with his nose. Awen smiled.
He's been practicing his walking, but it's slow. I figured a little help might make things easier for him.
Coal let out a soft whine, and Amin reached out, patting his head.
You're right.
He said,
We all need help sometimes.
as Amin closed the diary, a faint glow pulsed from the pages, and a small faded collar fragment slid from between the pages, landing in his palm. It was the same kind as Coal's, but older, its edges worn and inscribed with the same name. Lin Xiaoman. Amin's breath caught. This wasn't just a relicit, was a message, a clue to the past that had been waiting for them all along. Coal's silver spots flared, and he let out a low growl, his tail stiffening as if sensing something unseen. Amin followed his gaze to the far wall of the shrine, where a massive gnarled tree stood, its bark etched with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. Coal's growl deepened, and the tree's glow intensified, casting long shadows across the floor. Amin's fingers tightened around the collar fragment as he whispered.
What are you trying to tell us?
Coal's eyes met his, filled with a mixture of urgency and trust, and for the first time Amin felt the weight of the past pressing against his chest like a living thing. The mistwood forest pulsed with an eerie luminescence as Amin and Coal approached the towering stone archway, its carvings shimmering like liquid gold. Coal's fur bristled as he halted abruptly, his silver spots flaring in a pattern that seemed almost deliberate, as if tracing an invisible map. Amin knelt, brushing his fingers against the mossy ground, and felt a sudden warmth radiate from beneath his palm, a faint, rhythmic thudding like a heartbeat.
What is it?
He asked, his voice taut. Coal's growl was low and resonant, his eyes fixed on a gnarled tree nearby, its bark etched with claw marks that glowed faintly in the dim light.
You think it's alive?
Amin muttered, his hand hovering over the tree's surface. Coal's tail lashed, and the air around them crackled with static.
It's not just alive.
Amin whispered, recalling the diary's brittle pages.
It's waiting.
Agee's voice cut through the tension.
The archway symbols are a test of intent. You need to prove you're not here for power, but for understanding.
Amin's gaze flicked to the collar fragment in his pocket, its edges warm against his skin.
Lin Xiaoman left something here.
He said, his mind racing. Cole nudged his hand toward the archway, and as Amin stepped forward, the symbol shifted, revealing a new message. Asterisk.
Only those who listen to the silence may pass.
Asterisk. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the mist thickening until it felt like a living thing. Amin's fingers trembled as he pressed his palm to the archway, and a surge of memories not his own flooded his mind, a child's laughter. A collar clinking against stone. A starry sky reflected in a pool of water. Coal's growl deepened, and the ground beneath them shuddered, cracking open to reveal a stone tablet etched with paw prints and the words asterisk.
The bond is not broken, only hidden.
Asterisk. Amin's heart pounded.
We're not just here for answers.
He said, his voice barely audible.
We're here to find what was lost.
Coal's silver spots flared brighter, and the mist parted, revealing a hidden cave entrance, its walls lined with glowing fungi that pulsed in time with the forest's heartbeat. The mist thickened around Amin and Coal as they stood before the glowing archway, its symbols pulsing like a heartbeat. Rain had begun to fall, soft and steady, soaking through Amin's clothes as he knelt beside Coal, who shivered slightly in the cold. Amin wrapped his arms around the trembling feline, his fingers pressing into Coal's fur as if to anchor him to the present.
You're not alone.
He murmured, his voice barely audible over the rain. Coal nuzzled his palm, his silver spots flickering faintly, as if the forest itself was offering its warmth. The scent of petrichor filled the air, mingling with the earthy musk of the ancient stone. Amin's breath came in shallow gasps, his mind a whirlwind of memories. Lin Xiaoman's voice, the weight of the diary, the collar fragment that had fallen from the pages. Coal's purr vibrated against his chest, a steady rhythm that mirrored the rain.
I'll find her.
Amin whispered, his voice cracking.
I'll find her for you.
Coal's tail curled around his wrist, a silent promise. Aji stepped forward, his eyes scanning the archway.
The message is clear.
He said, his voice steady.
But the forest doesn't just test your connection to Lin Xiaoman. It tests your resolve.
Amin looked up, his brow furrowed.
What do you mean?
Aji hesitated, then met his gaze.
The legends say that those who seek the Star Spring must confront their own fears. The past isn't just a bridge, it's a mirror.
Amin's fingers tightened around Coal's collar.
What if I'm not ready?
He asked, his voice raw. Coal let out a low growl, his silver spots flaring as he nuzzled Amin's neck.
You're always ready.
Aji said gently.
Because you have him.
Amin looked down at Coal, who was watching him with unwavering trust.
You're right.
He whispered.
I have you.
Amin's thoughts spiraled as he pressed his palm to the ground, the warmth of the earth seeping into his skin. Asterisk. What if I fail? Asterisk, he wondered, his heart pounding. Asterisk. What if I can't protect you? Coal. Asterisk. The memory of a rainy night, years ago surfaced, Coal's fevered breath against his chest, the way he had clung to Amin's hand as the storm raged outside. Back then, Amin had vowed never to let fear dictate his choices. Now, as the mist swirled and the archway pulsed, he felt that same resolve. Asterisk, you're not just a companion. Asterisk, he thought, his voice echoing in his mind. Asterisk, you're my anchor, my guide, my family. Asterisk, the symbols on the archway flared again, and a new message appeared. Asterisk,
The past is not a burden, it is a bridge.
asterisk, a sudden tremor shook the ground, and the mist parted to reveal a path of glowing stones leading deeper into the forest. Amin stood, his hands trembling, as he reached for Cole's collar.
We have to go.
He said, his voice firm. Cole let out a soft whine, his tail curling around Amin's wrist.
I know.
Amin whispered.
Team, but we're not going alone.
As they stepped forward, the air grew heavier, the mist thickening into a wall of shadows. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged. Lin Xiaoman, her silhouette flickering like a candle in the wind. Amin's breath caught.
Lin Xiaoman.
He called, his voice breaking. The figure turned, her eyes reflecting the glow of the stones.
You carry the past.
She said, her voice a whisper carried by the wind.
But you are not bound by it.
Amin's heart pounded.
Then what am I meant to do?
Lin Xiaoman's hand extended toward him, and in her palm a shard of light pulsed.
Find the stars praying.
She said,
And remember, love is the bridge that connects all things.
as the mist swallowed her form. Amin felt Cole's paw press against his hand, a silent reassurance. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time Amin felt the weight of the past, lift not because it was gone, but because he was no longer carrying it alone. The shrine's air was thick with petrichor and the weight of unspoken truths as Amin knelt beside Cole, his trembling fingers tracing the brittle pages of Lin Xiaoman's diary. Rain pattered against the stone walls, a rhythmic whisper that echoed the heartbeat of the forest. Cole's silver-flecked fur glowed faintly, his eyes locked on Amin's, as if he could see the storm raging inside him. Amin's voice wavered as he read aloud.
She didn't want to leave. She just didn't know how to stay.
Cole nuzzled his hand, his warmth a fragile anchor in the chaos, and Amin closed his eyes, the scent of damp earth mingling with the faint musk of Cole's fur. Awen's voice broke the silence, gentle but firm.
You're not alone in this, Amin. You never were.
She wheeled Orange forward, the cats purring a soft counterpoint to the rain.
This chair isn't just for him. It's for you too, to carry the weight together.
Amin looked up, his throat tight.
But what if I'm not strong enough?
Cole let out a low whine, his tail curling around Amin's wrist.
Then let me be your strength.
He murmured, his voice a quiet echo in Amin's mind. The diary's pages fluttered, and a faded collar fragment slipped free, its inscription, Lin Xiaoman, burning into Amin's palm. A sudden gust of wind howled through the shrine, and the mist outside thickened, swirling into a shape that almost resembled Lin Xiaoman's silhouette. Amin's breath hitched.
What if she's still here waiting?
He whispered. Cole's silver spots flared, and his growl rumbled through the air.
Then we'll find her together.
The archway ahead pulsed with golden light, its symbols shifting, and Amin felt the forest's pulse in his chest a bridge, not a burden. The mist thickened around Amin and Coal as they stood before the archway, its symbols pulsing with a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. Cole's silver spots flared faintly, his tail stiff as he stared intently at the ground, where a faint golden light shimmered beneath the moss. Amin knelt, brushing his fingers over the earth, when Coal suddenly darted forward, his claws scraping against the stone. He returned with a small weathered object, clutched in his jaws a faded ribbon, its edges frayed but still bearing the same deep blue as the archway's carvings. Amin's breath caught.
You found this.
He murmured, tracing the ribbon's pattern.
Lin Xiaoman. She wore this?
Cole's eyes met his, unblinking, as if urging him to remember. Behind them, Agi adjusted the strap of his satchel, his voice casual, but edged with something Amin couldn't place.
That ribbon's not just a relic.
He said, his gaze flicking to the archway.
It's a key. The legends say the Star Springs Guardian left a mark on everything she touched. If that ribbon was hers, it might be the only thing that can unlock the next path.
Amin's fingers tightened around the ribbon, his mind racing. He had always thought the Star Spring was a place of answers. But what if it was also a test of memory? The air grew colder, and Coal's fur bristled as the mist swirled into a shape that almost resembled a hand reaching toward them. Amin's heart pounded.
You're right.
He whispered.
But what if the past isn't meant to be unlocked?
Coal let out a low growl, his tail curling protectively around Amin's wrist.
Then let's see what the forest has to say.
The archway pulsed, and the symbols shifted, revealing a new message. Asterisk.
The past is not a burden, it is a bridge.
Asterisk. Amin's breath caught. He looked at Coal, who was watching him with unwavering trust.
I think I understand now.
He whispered. Coal's silver spots flared, and the mist parted, revealing a path lined with glowing stones that pulsed in time with the archway's light. As they stepped forward, the ground beneath them hummed with a warmth that felt like recognition, as if the forest itself was guiding them toward something long forgotten. Amin's fingers trembled as he traced the brittle pages of Lin Xiaoman's diary, the scent of petrichor thick in the shrine's air, when Coal's silver-flecked fur suddenly flared with an eerie glow, his gaze fixed on a shadowed corner of the room. Amin followed his stare, only to see nothing until Coal's paw nudged a small faded collar fragment from beneath the diary's pages, its inscribed name, asterisk Lin Xiaoman, asterisk, catching the dim light.
You found it?
Amin whispered, his voice cracking as he picked it up, the weight of the relic pressing against his palm like a secret long buried. Outside, the mistwood forest's mist thickened, swirling in patterns that mirrored the archway's symbols, and Coal's tail curled tightly around Amin's wrist, as if anchoring him to the moment.
I heard you were here.
Alan's voice broke the silence. Her orange cat Orange perched on her shoulder, purring as she wheeled in a chair carved with paw prints.
Orange has been practicing his walking,
she said, her tone light, but her eyes sharp.
but I think he's ready for more than just the shrine.
Amin looked down at the collar, then at Coal, whose silver spots pulsed in rhythm with the forest's heartbeat.
You're right.
He murmured.
We all need help sometimes.
As he stepped toward the archway, the mist thickened, and the symbols flared to life, revealing the message asterisk.
The past is not a burden, it is a bridge.
Asterisk. Amin's breath caught, his mind racing. Lin Xiaoman's voice echoed in his thoughts. Her determination to stay, her unspoken bond with the forest. Coal's growl rumbled in his mind, a reminder that he was not alone. And as the archway pulsed with golden light, Amin felt the weight of the past lift, replaced by the warmth of a future shaped by trust. Memory! And the unbreakable bond between owner and pet. The air in Starfall Valley shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if the stars had spilled from the sky and woven themselves into the fabric of the land. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the valley, their breaths shallow as the golden light of the star spring pulsed softly before them, its surface rippling like liquid stardust the valley walls. Carved with ancient carvings of guardians and their pets, seemed to hum with forgotten stories, their shadows stretching long in the slanting sunlight that filtered through the trees. Amin tightened his grip on Cole's collar, his heart pounding with a mix of awe and unease. Cole, ever attuned to his master's emotions, nuzzled Amin's hand gently, his silver star-like spots flickering with quiet reassurance.
We're here.
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the valley's low hum. Cole tilted his head, his tail swishing slowly as if to say, Asterisk, yes, we are. Asterisk. As they stepped forward, the ground beneath them felt warm, almost alive, responding to their presence with a pulse that matched the rhythm of their hearts. Amin's eyes swept over the valley, taking in the violet and sapphire flora that bloomed like captured starlight, their petals trembling in the breeze.
Did you feel that?
Zatong's voice cut through the stillness, her spirit cat Moonbud perched on her shoulder, its fur glowing with a soft blue light.
The aura here is stronger than I've ever seen.
Amin nodded, his gaze drifting to the star spring.
It's like it's waiting for us.
Coral let out a low, contented whine, his tail curling around Amin's leg as if to say, Asterisk, we've come a long way to get here. Asterisk. As the group moved deeper into the valley, the air grew heavier, charged with an unspoken promise. Amin's mind wandered to the first time he'd met Cole, a scruffy stray with eyes full of fear, now a steadfast companion whose trust had carried them through storms and shadows. Asterisk, you're not just my pet. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, you're my anchor, my light in the dark. Asterisk. Just then, a rustle in the underbrush caught Amin's attention. A small fox, its fur matted with dew, trembled at the edge of the path. Cole's ears perked up, his body tensing.
Wait.
Amin murmured, kneeling to the fox's level.
You're okay.
The fox hesitated, then nuzzled Cole's paw, its fear easing as the dog's tail swished gently. Amin's heart swelled. This was the kind of bond that transcended words, a quiet understanding that had carried them here, to this moment, where the past and future converged. The air in Starfall Valley grew colder as Amin and Coal ventured deeper, the mist thickening around them like a living shroud. The once vibrant glow of the star spring dimmed, its golden light flickering as if struggling to pierce the oppressive fog. Amin's breath came in shallow puffs, each one visible in the air, and his fingers tightened around Cole's collar as the dog's silver spots dimmed their usual shimmer, replaced by a dull, flickering glow. The mist seeped into their clothes, clinging to their skin, and for a moment Amin felt the weight of memories he had buried long ago. The crash of the car, the distant cries of Lin Xiaoman, the hollow ache of loss. Cole whined softly, his tail curling protectively around Amin's leg, but the mist pressed closer, thick and unrelenting. Then a voice cut through the fog.
Fear is nothing. It's the bond that keeps us from losing ourselves.
Amin turned, his heart pounding as old Zal emerged from the mist, his weathered face calm, his hands cradling a small shivering stray cat. The old man knelt, wrapping the cat in a woolen sweater he had knit himself, his hands moving with practiced gentleness.
You're not alone.
Old Zhao said, his voice steady.
The mist tests us, but it also reveals what matters most.
Amin's fingers brushed Cole's fur, and the mist recoiled slightly, as if sensing the strength of their bond.
We're not alone.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling.
We're not alone.
The stray cat blinked up at him, its eyes wide with trust, and for the first time since the mist had descended, Amin felt a flicker of hope. Memory surged through him Cole's first steps. The way he had nuzzled his hand in the hospital, the quiet nights they had spent together, the unspoken promise they had made to protect each other. Old Zhao's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk, it's the bond that keeps us from losing ourselves. Asterisk Amin tightened his grip on Cole's collar, his resolve hardening. The mist had come to test them, but they would not be broken. As the fog shifted, revealing a faint path ahead, Amin turned to old Zhao.
What do we do now?
He asked. The old man smiled, his eyes reflecting the dim glow of the star spring.
Follow the bond. It will guide you.
And with that, the mist began to part, revealing the way forward. Amin and Coal pressed forward through the mist, their footsteps muffled by the thick, damp air. The path ahead was narrow, flanked by gnarled roots that twisted like ancient fingers, and the ground was slick with dew. Cole's paws slipped slightly as he navigated the uneven terrain, but he steadied himself with a quick leap, his silver spots flickering as he landed beside Amin.
Careful.
Amin murmured, his hand brushing against Cole's fur.
It's not safe here.
Cole whined softly, his tail curling around Amin's leg as if to say, Asterisk, I know. Asterisk just ahead. A stream gurgled over smooth stones, its surface reflecting the faint glow of the star spring. Amin crouched, peering into the water.
We'll have to cross.
He said, his voice tinged with hesitation. Cole tilted his head, then bounded forward, sniffing the air. Amin followed, his boots sinking into the soft mud. The stream was shallow, but the current was swift, and the rocks were slick with algae.
Hold on.
Amin said, gripping Cole's collar as he stepped onto the first stone. Cole's claws dug into the rock, his muscles tensing as he balanced. Amin's heart pounded.
You're doing great.
He encouraged, his voice steady. Cole let out a low whine, then took another step. Just as Amin reached the center of the stream, a sudden rustle in the bushes made them both freeze. A small, fox-like creature with a tuft of red fur darted out, its eyes gleaming with mischief. It bared its teeth, growling.
Cole, don't.
Amin warned, but Cole's tail stiffened, his fur bristling. The fox lunged, and Cole barked, leaping forward. Amin scrambled to keep up, his breath coming in quick gasps. The fox zigzagged between the rocks, taunting them.
We can't let it get away.
Amin said, his voice firm. Cole's ears twitched, and with a sudden burst of speed, he darted after the fox, his paws skidding on the wet stones. Amin followed, his heart racing. The fox darted toward a cluster of thorny bushes, but Cole pounced, knocking it aside. The creature yowled, fleeing into the mist. Amin exhaled, his hands trembling.
We did it.
He whispered. Cole nuzzled his hand, his silver spots glowing faintly. Just then the mist parted, revealing the woman in the blue cloak. Her eyes met Amin's, and her voice, soft yet resolute, echoed through the valley.
You've come.
She said.
And so has he.
Amin's breath caught.
Who are you?
He asked. She stepped forward, the mist parting around her.
I was once a guardian, just as your grandfather was. I watched over Starfall Valley, just as you now must.
She reached out, her fingers brushing against Cole's collar.
But I failed. I let my fear of the past cloud my judgment, and now I see it again in you.
Amin swallowed hard.
What happened to her?
The woman's expression softened.
She tried to protect him. But the mist, it takes more than love. It takes trust, and it takes strength.
She looked at Amin, her eyes filled with something between sorrow and hope.
You must be stronger than I was.
Amin's fingers tightened around Cole's collar.
I will.
He said, his voice firm.
I will protect him. And I will protect this valley.
The woman nodded, her form beginning to fade into the mist.
Then you must go forward. The truth of the past waits for you.
And with that she was gone, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the lingering warmth of the collar in Amin's hand. Amin turned to Cole, his heart pounding.
We're not alone, are we?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Cole's tail uncurled, and for the first time since they had arrived in Starfall Valley, his eyes met Amin's with something other than fear. There was trust, yes, but also something deeper. A recognition of the bond they had forged, of the journey they had taken together. The mist around them shifted once more, as if acknowledging their understanding. The path ahead was still uncertain, but Amin no longer feared what lay beyond it. With a final glance at the tablet, he turned to Cole and said,
Let's go.
and together they stepped forward. The weight of the past no longer a burden, but a part of the path they had chosen to walk. Amin and Coal stood before the stone tablet, its ancient symbols glowing faintly in the mist. As Amin traced the markings, Lin Xiaoman's voice echoed in his mind, and the mist shifted, revealing a narrow stream ahead, its waters shimmering with an eerie blue light.
We'll need to cross.
Amin said, tightening his grip on Cole's collar. The dog whined, his silver spots flickering, as if sensing the challenge.
It's not deep.
Amin added. Though his heart raced, Cole barked, darting forward to sniff the stream's edge, his paws skidding on the slick stones.
Wait.
Amin called Lang to stop him.
The current's strong. It's not safe.
Cole turned, his tail wagging in a mix of defiance and concern.
We'll do it together.
Amin said, kneeling to meet his eyes.
You trust me, right?
Cole let out a low whine, then nuzzled Amin's hand.
Then let's go.
Amin whispered, stepping into the stream. The water was icy, but Cole followed, his paws steady as they waded across.
You are doing great.
Amin encouraged, though his legs trembled. Cole barked, his tail high, and the mist parted, revealing a path beyond. But as they reached the other side, a rustling in the bushes sent a small, fox-like creature darting out, its fur bristling.
Don't scare him.
Amin warned, but Cole lunged, growling. The creature hissed, circling them.
Easy.
Amin said, kneeling.
We're not here to fight.
The fox paused, its eyes flickering with curiosity. Cole's growl softened, and he tilted his head. The creature sniffed the air, then darted back into the bushes.
Guess we're safe.
Amin sighed, brushing mud from his trousers. Coal nuzzled his hand, his silver spots glowing brighter.
You're amazing.
Amin said, his voice thick with emotion. Coal whined, his tail curling around Amin's leg as if to say, Asterisk, we're in this together. Asterisk. The mist swirled again, and the tablet's glow intensified, as if the valley itself had accepted their bond. Amin and Coal stepped cautiously into the mist that clung to the edges of the trial bridge, the air thick with an energy that made the hairs on Amin's arms rise. Coal's silver spots flickered erratically, as if reacting to something unseen. And he let out a low growl, his ears flattening as he turned toward an ancient tree whose bark shimmered with faint, glowing runes. The mist swirled around it, forming patterns that looked like paw prints, though no animal was visible. Amin's fingers tightened around Coal's collar, which suddenly grew warm against his palm, the metal etched with Lin Xiaoman's face now pulsing faintly.
Coal, what is it?
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of the valley. Coal's growl deepened, his tail stiffening as he pawed at the ground near the tree, his fur bristling. Xiaotong's voice cut through the mist.
That tree is older than the valley itself. Legends say it's where the first guardian and their pet sealed the mist away, but they vanished, leaving only this.
Amin's breath caught. He crouched, brushing his hand against the tree's bark, and the runes flared, revealing a faint outline of a dog and a human, their forms intertwined.
It's not just a tree.
Amin murmured, his mind racing.
It's a memory.
Coal whined, his spots dimming as he turned back to Amin, his eyes wide with something that looked like furor recognition. The mist thickened again, and the bridge trembled as if testing their resolve. Amin's heart pounded. He had always believed Coal's past was a mystery, but now the valley itself seemed to whisper its secrets, and the path ahead was no longer just about trust it, was about uncovering the truth of who they both were. The air in Starfall Valley thickened as Amin and Coal approached the ancient tree, its gnarled roots twisting like the fingers of a forgotten god. Coal's fur bristled, his silver spots flaring with an eerie luminescence that cast shifting shadows on the moss-covered ground. A low growl rumbled from his throat, a sound that sent a shiver through Amin's spine.
What is it?
Amin whispered, his hand tightening on Coal's collar. The tree's bark was etched with symbols that pulsed faintly, as if responding to Coal's presence. Suddenly, the collar around Coal's neck grew warm, its metal surface humming with a resonance that echoed in Amin's chest.
This place. It's alive.
Amin murmured, his voice trembling. Coal's growl deepened, his tail stiffening as he pressed closer to Amin, his eyes locked on the tree.
You've been here before.
Amin said, his mind racing.
Not just Herethus tree. It remembers you.
Coal let out a whine, his paws shifting as if recalling a memory. Xiaotong's voice cut through the silence.
The legends say the Star Spring's power is tied to the first guardian's bond with their pet, if this tree is part of that history.
Her words hung in the air as Coal's spots flared brighter, the mist swirling around them in patterns that resembled paw prints. Amin's breath caught.
The tablet.
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
The one with the paw print was here.
Coal's growl softened, his tail curling around Amin's leg as the tree's glow intensified, the mist parting to reveal a path that led toward the Star Springs core. The mist thickened, a suffocating shroud that clawed at Amin's skin and blurred Cole's silver spots into ghostly smudges. Amin knelt, his hands trembling, as he pressed his forehead to Cole's fur, the dog's body quaking beneath him. Rain had long since ceased, but the air carried the same damp chill, as if the valley itself mourned the weight of their journey. Cole's tail curled around Amin's wrist, his whimpers soft but insistent, a plea for reassurance. Amin's voice cracked as he whispered,
I'm here. I'm here.
his fingers digging into the dog's collar, the metal cool against his palm. Cole nuzzled his hand, his breath warm and steady, as if to say, Asterisk, you always are. Asterisk, the mist writhed, conjuring visions of Lin Xiaoman's face, her eyes hollow with regret, and Amin's parents frozen in the car's shattered windshield. His throat tightened, but he held on, his grip unyielding.
We're not alone.
He murmured, his voice a vow. Cole's whine deepened, a sound that echoed through the valley, and for a heartbeat the mist stilled. Sia Tung's voice cut through the silence.
The mist feeds on fear, but it can't break what you've built.
Amin's chest ached with the weight of memories Cole's first timid nudge at the shelter, his unshakable presence during the accident, the way his tail had curled around Amin's leg in the hospital. Asterisk, I can't lose you again. Asterisk, he thought, his fingers tightening. Cole's tail uncurled, his paws pressing against Amin's knees, and the mist surged forward.
Amin,
Old Zhao's voice rang out, his shadow flickering at the edge of the fog.
let go of the past, or it will consume you.
Amin's breath hitched.
But if I let go, I'll lose him.
He said, his voice raw. Cole's silver spots flared, and the mist recoiled.
You won't.
Amin whispered, his tears falling into the dog's fur.
Because I'm not letting go.
The valley trembled, and the mist parted. The mist parted, revealing a final path that led toward the heart of the valley. Amin tightened his grip on Cole's collar, his fingers trembling as the Star Springs golden light washed over them. Cole's silver spots flickered erratically, his body quivering as if the energy of the spring was seeping into his very bones. Amin knelt, pulling Cole close, his hands pressing against the dog's trembling fur.
It's okay.
He whispered, his voice cracking.
We're here together.
Cole nuzzled his palm, his breath warm against Amin's skin, and for a moment the weight of the world felt lighter. The memory of that rainy night surged through him, Cole shivering in his arms, the storm lashing against the window, the dog's whimpers muffled by the sound of rain. Asterisk, you were never alone then. Asterisk, Amin thought, his throat tight. Asterisk, and you're not now. Asterisk.
Abby!
Sia Tom's voice cut through the silence. Her spirit cat Moonbud perched on her shoulder, its glowing fur casting faint shadows.
The spring is awakening, but it will take more than courage. It will take your bond.
Amin looked up, his eyes meeting hers.
I won't let go.
He said, his voice steady. Cole let out a low whine, his tail curling around Amin's wrist, as if to say, Asterisk, I trust you. Asterisk, the spring's glow intensified, and the mist swirled into a vortex, revealing a vision of Lin Xiaoman's face, her eyes filled with sorrow.
I tried to come back.
She whispered, her voice echoing through the valley. Amin's heart clenched.
I will protect him.
He vowed, his voice rising above the hum of the spring. Coal's silver spots flared, and the mist parted, revealing a path of starlight. As they stepped forward, Amin felt the warmth of the spring seep into his veins, a promise that this time the past would not take them again. Amin stood at the edge of the star spring, his fingers brushing against the collar on Coal's neck as the mist swirled around them in slow, deliberate patterns. Coal's silver spots flickered faintly. His gaze fixed on a cluster of moss-covered stones at the spring's base, where a small rusted key lay half buried in the earth. The dog's tail was still, his ears twitching, as if listening to something only he could hear. Amin frowned, his eyes following Coal's stare.
What is it?
He asked, his voice low. Coal didn't answer, his nose pressing into the soil, his paws shifting as if testing the ground's texture. Sia Tong, standing a few paces back, adjusted Moonbud's collar and said,
That key. It looks like the one from the old Guardian's journal, the one that was supposed to unlock the spring's true power.
Amin's breath caught. He had read about it, but he had never believed it was real. Cole let out a low whine, his tail curling around Amin's leg, as if to say, Asterisk, you need to see this. Asterisk, Amin knelt, his fingers trembling as he dug into the soil, revealing the key's worn edges. The mist thickened, swirling around them like a living thing, and for a moment, Amin felt the weight of every memory, Lin Xiaoman's voice, the accident, the mist that had taken her. Asterisk, I'm not alone. Asterisk, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Coal's silver spots flared, and the spring's glow intensified, casting long shadows across the valley. The mist parted, revealing a hidden path that led deeper into the spring's core, where the air shimmered with the weight of forgotten promises. Amin looked at Coal, his heart pounding. Asterisk, you've always known. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, you've always been here. Asterisk. Amin stood at the edge of the star spring, his breath shallow as he watched Coal's silver spots flicker with a strange intensity. The dog's head was tilted slightly, his gaze fixed on the spring's surface, as if seeing something Amin could not. A faint tremor ran through the ground, and Coal's tail uncurled from around Amin's leg, his paws pressing into the earth as if anchoring himself. Amin's fingers brushed against the collar on Coal's neck, its metal cool against his skin, and for a moment he felt a whisper of memory. Lin Xiaoman's voice, distant, yet clear. Saying asterisk.
I will come back for you.
Asterisk, he turned, his eyes scanning the mist-laden valley, and noticed something strange. A small weathered pendant, its chain tangled in the grass near Coal's paws. He had never seen it before, yet it felt achingly familiar.
Coal!
He said, kneeling to retrieve it.
What is this?
The dog let out a low whine, his eyes never leaving the spring. Ziatong's voice broke the silence.
That pendant is from the old Guardian records. It was thought lost after the last trial.
Amin's fingers tightened around the pendant as the spring's glow intensified its light, reflecting in Coal's eyes.
You've always known.
Amin murmured, his voice trembling.
Even when I didn't.
Coal's tail curled around his leg again, his silver spots flaring as the mist parted, revealing a path lined with glowing symbols. Amin's heart pounded. He had spent years believing he was protecting Coal, but now he saw the truth. Coal had been protecting him all along. The spring's hum grew louder, and the pendant's chain slipped from his grasp, landing in the water with a soft splash. The mist swirled, and for the first time, Amin understood. He was not the new guardian. Ina was the bridge between past and future, and Coal was his anchor. The valley's energy surged around them, and as the spring's light engulfed them, Amin whispered,
We are ready.
Coal let out a low, contented whine, and together they stepped forward, the mist parting in reverence. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of Starfall Valley, the air shimmering with an otherworldly glow that painted the sky in hues of violet and gold. The valley's crystalline trees swayed gently, their leaves humming with a soft, melodic energy that seemed to echo Amin's heartbeat. Coal's silver-tipped fur caught the light as he took a cautious step forward, his tail swishing slowly, a silent reassurance to Amin. The mysterious back around Amin's neck pulsed faintly, its warmth a comforting presence.
It's beautiful.
Amin whispered, his voice barely above a breath, his eyes tracing the way the light danced across the valley's surface. Coal tilted his head, his dark eyes reflecting the radiance, then nuzzled Amin's hand with his nose, a quiet encouragement. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, his fingers brushing against the dog's fur, and felt a surge of determination. Just then a figure emerged from the shadows of the tree, a young woman with a long coat that fluttered in the breeze, her violet eyes sharp with curiosity.
You're Amin, aren't you?
She said, her voice calm yet filled with an unspoken urgency.
And you must be Coal.
Amin nodded, his heart pounding.
You know us?
He asked. The woman smiled, her pendant glinting at her throat.
I've heard stories about you. I'm Ekong, a researcher from the Ancient Legends Society. I've been following your journey, and I believe we're about to uncover something incredible.
Amin exchanged a glance with Coal, who flicked his tail once, as if in agreement.
Let's find out what Starfall has to offer.
Sayatong said, extending her hand. As they ventured deeper, Amin's mind drifted to memories of Coal's first days with him, how the dog had trembled in the rain, how he'd licked Amin's tears when they'd lost their way in the forest. Those moments had forged a bond that felt unbreakable, and now, standing in this valley, Amin knew Coal was more than a companion. He was a part of him. Just as the thought settled, Coal's ears twitched, and he whined softly, his nose pointing toward a cluster of ancient trees. Amin followed, his breath catching as they discovered an archway etched with shifting patterns that pulsed like a heartbeat.
This is the Symbiosis Gate.
Theatom murmured, her violet eyes scanning the carvings.
Only those bonded to the guardian beast can pass through.
Amin's chest tightened.
The guardian beast.
He asked. Theatom nodded.
Your grandfather Lin Xiaoman was the first guardian. He formed the Symbiosis Pact with Ink Shadow. That pact is what keeps the valley's barrier intact. But it's weakened now, and I believe your bond with Coal is the key to restoring it.
Amin looked at Coal, who was now watching him with an almost expectant expression.
You're not alone, Coal.
Amin whispered, his voice steady.
We'll figure this out together.
Coal nuzzled Amin's palm, his tail relaxing, and as they stepped toward the archway, the valley seemed to breathe with them, the trees swaying in rhythm with their resolve. Amin and Coal stood before the Symbiosis Gate, its surface alive with shifting patterns that glimmered like liquid silver under the dappled sunlight filtering through the ancient trees. The air hummed with an energy that made Amin's skin prickle. and Coal's fur bristled as he sniffed the air, his tail flicking in wary curiosity. Ziatong crouched beside the archway, her violet eyes tracing the carvings that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own.
This is the boundary between the valley and the world beyond.
She murmured, her voice low with reverence.
Only those bonded to the guardian beast can pass through.
Amin's fingers tightened on Coal's collar, the becket at his neck glowing faintly in response to his touch.
You're saying my bond with Coal is the key.
He asked, his voice trembling with a mix of hope and fear. Sia Tong nodded, her gaze steady.
Your grandfather Lin Xiaoman forged the symbiosis pact with Ink Shadow. That pact is what keeps the valley's barrier intact, but it's weakened now, and I believe your bond with Coal is the key to restoring it.
Coal nuzzled Amin's hand, his dark eyes reflecting the archway's glow as if urging him forward. Amin swallowed hard, his mind racing with memories of his grandfather's stories off. The guardian beast's ancient power and the sacrifices made to protect the valley. He looked at Coal, who now stood beside him, his tail swaying in a slow, deliberate rhythm.
You're not alone.
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible. Coal's ears twitched, and he pressed closer, his warm breath a quiet reassurance. The archway shimmered, and the ground beneath their feet pulsed with a soft golden light. Sia Tong stepped aside, her expression expectant.
If you're ready, the path ahead will reveal the truth.
Amin took a deep breath, the scent of blooming wildflowers and damp earth filling his lungs. He reached for Coal's paw, and together they stepped forward, the air around them rippling like water. As their feet crossed the threshold, a sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, carrying with it the distant cry of a bird and the rustle of leaves. Amin's heart pounded as the world shifted. A tree swayed in a rhythm that matched their own heartbeat. And the sky above seemed to stretch infinitely, its colors deepening into hues he had never seen before. Coal's fur bristled, but his tail relaxed as he pressed closer to Amin, his presence a steady anchor. Sia Tong's voice cut through the silence.
The valley is testing you. Only those who truly understand the bond between owner and pet can pass through.
Amin looked at her, his mind racing.
What if we fail?
He asked, his voice tight with uncertainty. Sia Tong's violet eyes softened.
Then the valley will protect you, but you must trust in each other.
Amin turned to Coal, who was now watching him with an almost knowing expression.
We'll figure this out together.
He said, his voice firm. Coal's tail swayed, and he took a cautious step forward, his paws pressing against the ground as if testing the path ahead. The archway pulsed again, and the air around them shimmered with a light that seemed to hum with ancient power. Amin felt a strange warmth spreading through his chest, a deep, unshakable sense of connection to Coal and the valley itself. He reached out, placing his hand on the archway's surface, and the light responded, swirling around them in a cascade of golden energy. Somewhere in the distance, a soft melody filled the air, a sound that felt both familiar and otherworldly, as if the valley itself was welcoming them. Coal's ears twitched, and he nuzzled Amin's palm, his eyes reflecting the light of the archway. Amin smiled, his heart swelling with a mixture of awe and determination.
We are in this together.
He whispered, and as the light enveloped them, the path ahead seemed to open, revealing a world of endless possibilities. Amin and Coal trudged through the thick undergrowth of Starfall Valley, the air around them heavy with an unspoken tension. The path ahead was narrow, flanked by towering ferns whose fronds brushed against Cole's fur as he darted ahead, his silver-tipped tail flicking with restless energy. Amin followed, his boots sinking into the damp earth as he called out,
Coal, wait. That thorn just grazed your paw.
The dog paused, his dark eyes flicking back to Amin before he carefully stepped over a jagged branch, his tail swishing in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Ziatong, who had been trailing them, crouched beside a cluster of moss-covered stones, her violet eyes scanning the ground.
This is the memory seal.
She said, her voice low.
It's a fragment of Lin Xiaoman's past, left behind when she entered the valley.
Amin knelt beside her, his fingers brushing against the faint, glowing spiral etched into the earth.
Lin Xiaoman. She was the one who disappeared, wasn't she?
He asked, his voice trembling. Ziaton nodded.
She came here to protect Coal, but something happened. The valley's barrier weakened, and she was trapped. We've never been able to find her.
Amin looked at Cole, who was now watching him with an almost pleading expression.
I won't let that happen to you.
He whispered. Cole's ears twitched, and he nuzzled Amin's palm, his eyes filled with quiet trust. As they pressed on, the air grew heavier, and a sudden rustle in the bushes made Cole's fur bristle. A shimmering fox-like creature darted out, its tail trailing a trail of glowing sparks.
Don't let it distract you.
Amin called, his heart pounding. Cole barked, his paws digging into the earth as he lunged forward. But the creature vanished in a burst of light, leaving behind a faint, glowing paw print. Ziatong stepped forward, her voice steady.
It's a guardian spirit. It's testing your resolve.
Amin exhaled, his grip on Cole's collar tightening.
We're not afraid.
He said, his voice firm. Cole's tail swayed, and together they stepped over the paw print, the valley's silence pressing against them like a held breath. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the clearing, the golden light from the guardian's circle casting long shadows across the ground. Limbo's voice was steady, but his eyes held the weight of centuries.
The valley's barrier is failing.
He said, his silver beard trembling slightly.
Only the symbiosis pact can mend it, but it demands a sacrifice. One of the guardians must give their life to strengthen the barrier.
Amin's throat tightened.
There has to be another way.
He said, his voice firm. Cole's tail stiffened, his ears twitching as he stepped closer to Amin, his dark eyes wide with fear. Sayatong's violet eyes flickered with concern.
The pact is ancient.
She said,
It's not just a bond, it's a choice. If you refuse, the valley collapses and the world beyond will suffer.
Amin knelt beside Cole, his fingers brushing against the dog's fur.
We'll find another way.
He whispered. Cole nuzzled his palm, his tail swaying slowly.
You're not alone.
Amin said.
We'll face this together.
Limbo's gaze softened.
Then we must find it.
He murmured as the guardians dispersed. Amin and Cole set off, the air thick with tension. Soon they reached a narrow stream, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Cole hesitated, his paws skittering on the slippery stones. Amin knelt, his voice gentle.
I'll hold your paw.
He said.
We'll cross together.
Cole's tail flicked in agreement. As they stepped into the stream, the current tugged at Amin's legs.
Don't let go.
He called, his heart pounding. Coal's fur bristled, but he pressed forward, his paws finding purchase on the stones. Amin's breath caught as a sudden splash of water sent a small, mischievous creature darting between them, a shimmering fox-like beast with eyes like molten gold. It leapt at Coal's tail, but the dog barked, his instincts sharp.
Watch out!
Amin shouted, grabbing Coal's collar. The creature hissed, its fur flickering with light, but Coal lunged, his teeth snapping at the air. Amin's mind raced.
We need to outsmart it.
He said, his voice steady.
What if we lead it away?
Coal's tail swished in agreement. Together, they darted upstream, the creature chasing them, its laughter echoing through the trees. Amin's heart raced, but he felt a surge of determination.
We're not alone.
He whispered.
We're in this together.
As they reached the other side, the creature vanished, and the stream's glow dimmed. Coal nuzzled Amin's hand, his eyes filled with quiet trust.
We'll find a way.
Amin said, his voice resolute.
No matter what.
Amin and Coal moved cautiously through the dense undergrowth of Starfall Valley, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something older, something ancient. Coal's fur bristled as he paused, his dark eyes fixed on a gnarled tree whose bark was etched with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. A low growl rumbled from his throat, a sound that sent a shiver down Amin's spine.
What is it, Coal?
Amin whispered, crouching beside him. The dog's tail stiffened, and his nose twitched as he sniffed the air, his ears twitching at a sound only he could hear. Suddenly, the forest floor shimmered with strange glowing spots, like stars scattered across the moss. Amin's breath caught as he noticed Coal's old collaront, dull and worn-out, radiating a warm golden light.
You've been here before.
Amin murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Coal's growl deepened, and he took a step forward, his paws pressing into the glowing spots as if testing their significance.
This isn't just a forest.
Xiatong said, her violet eyes scanning the symbols on the tree.
These markings, they're from the first Guardian's era. This place remembers.
Amin's heart pounded as he recalled his grandfather's stories of the valley's hidden truths.
Coal,
He said, his voice trembling.
what are you trying to show me?
The dog's tail flicked once, then twice, as if answering. The glowing spots coalesced into a faint path, leading deeper into the trees. Amin hesitated, then reached for Coal's collar, feeling the warmth seep into his fingers.
We're not alone here.
He whispered.
But we're not afraid.
Coal's growl softened into a low hum, and he nudged Amin's hand forward, his eyes gleaming with a quiet determination. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they stepped onto the glowing path, the symbols on the trees shifting like liquid light. Amin and Coal stepped into the narrowing path, where the trees leaned inward like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches brushing against Coal's fur as if testing his resolve. The air thickened with an eerie stillness, and Coal's growl rumbled low in his throat as he turned sharply toward a moss-covered tree, its trunk etched with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. Amin froze, his hand tightening on Coal's collar as the becket beneath his fingers grew warm, its glow intensifying in rhythm with the tree's strange, flickering light.
Coal, what is it?
A man whispered, his voice trembling. Coal's eyes locked onto the tree, his tail stiff as a blade, and he snarled, his growl vibrating through the air.
This place, it's not just a trial.
Amin muttered, his mind racing.
It's a memory, a warning.
Xiatong's voice cut through the tension.
The valley's past is woven into its roots. That tree, it's a relic of the first guardian's bond. You're not just facing a test, Amin. You're confronting the weight of a legacy.
Amin's breath hitched as he glanced at Coal, who now pawed at the ground, his claws leaving faint, glowing imprints that vanished as quickly as they appeared.
Coal, what are you seeing?
Amin asked, his voice soft but urgent. Coal's tail flicked once, and he turned, leading Amin toward a cluster of rocks where a weathered stone tablet lay half buried, its surface carved with paw prints that shimmered like starlight.
This is a map.
Amin breathed, tracing the symbols with his fingers.
But to where?
Xiatong's violet eyes narrowed as she stepped closer, her voice low.
The paw prints, they match Coal's. This isn't just a trial. It's a path back to the beginning.
Amin's heart pounded as he looked at Coal, who now sat beside the tablet, his tail curled tightly around his paws, his gaze distant.
You've been here before, haven't you?
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible. Coal's ears twitched, and he nuzzled Amin's hand, his eyes reflecting the glowing symbols as if they held the answer to everything. Amin knelt beside the star spring, his fingertips grazing the crystalline edge of the pool as its light refracted into 1,000 shimmering fragments that danced across his skin. Coal lay beside him, his silver-tipped fur glistening with the same ethereal glow, his tail curled around Amin's wrist like a silent promise. The air was thick with the scent of blooming starflowers, their petals unfurling in slow, deliberate motions, as if bowing to the bond between them. Rain had fallen earlier, leaving the ground soft and cool, but now the valley seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Amin's hand trembled as he reached for Coal's back, his touch gentle, his voice barely above a whisper.
You're not alone, Coal. I'll never leave you.
Coal's ears twitched, his dark eyes locking onto Amin's. He nudged Amin's palm with his nose, a quiet reassurance, his tail swishing in a slow rhythm that mirrored Amin's heartbeat. Xiatong stood nearby, her violet eyes reflecting the pool's light.
This bond,
She murmured.
it's not just between you two, it's a legacy. Lin Shan's pact, Lin Xiaoman's sacrifice, all of it lives here.
Amin swallowed hard, his mind racing. He had always known Coal was more than a pet. But now, as the pool's energy pulsed beneath his fingertips, he felt it the weight of generations, the unspoken vows that tied them to this place. A sudden wave of warmth surged through him, and he gasped as a vision flooded his mind. Lin Xiaoman standing at the edge of the valley, her hand outstretched toward a younger Amin, her voice echoing through time.
You'll find him,
She whispered.
but you must choose.
Amin's breath hitched. Coal's fur bristled, his tail stiffening as if sensing the same revelation. The pool's light flared, and the valley seemed to exhale, the trees swaying in unison as if the world itself had been waiting for this moment. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, his heart pounding.
We're ready.
He said, his voice steady now. Coal's tail swayed, and together they stepped forward into the light. Amin knelt beside Coal, the rain drumming softly against the earth as the star spring's glow pulsed like a heartbeat. Coal's body trembled, his breath shallow, his silver-tipped fur matted with water. Amin wrapped his arms around the dog, pressing his forehead to Coal's damp fur, the scent of pine and earth mingling with the metallic tang of the storm.
It's okay.
He whispered, his voice frayed with fear.
I'm here.
Coal's tail flicked once, weakly, his nose nuzzling Amin's wrist as if to say, Asterisk, you always are. Asterisk, the rain blurred the world, but Amin's grip tightened, his fingers tracing the scars along Coal's flank wounds from battles past, reminders of the journey they'd shared. Xia Tong stood nearby, her violet eyes reflecting the storm's fury.
The valley's energy is unstable.
She said, her voice low.
If the bond falters, the spring could collapse.
Amin looked up, his throat tight.
Then we don't falter.
Coal's ears twitched, his eyes locking onto Amin's.
You're not alone.
Amin murmured, his voice breaking.
Never again.
Coal whined, a sound that cracked Amin's resolve, and for a moment the world narrowed to the warmth of the dog's breath against his skin. Asterisk, how many times have I failed you? Asterisk, Amin's mind screamed. Asterisk, how many times will I? Asterisk, but Coal's paw rested on his wrist, steady, as if to say, Asterisk, I trust you. Asterisk. The rain fell harder, but the star spring's light surged, golden and unyielding. Amin pressed his forehead to Coal's whispering.
We're in this together.
As the valley held its breath, Amin knelt beside Coal, his fingers brushing the dog's fur as he studied the faint glowing symbol on the ground. Coal's dark eyes locked onto a distant point beyond the trees, his tail stiff and uncharacteristically still. Amin glanced around, then noticed a small weathered pendant lying near the symbol, its silver surface dulled by time. He picked it up, recognizing the intricate etchings Lin Xiaoman's family crest.
Coal,
He murmured.
you found this?
The dog's ears twitched, and he nuzzled Amin's hand, his gaze never leaving the trees. Xia Tong, who had been scanning the horizon, turned sharply.
That pendant. It's from the Loman lineage.
She said, her voice tinged with unease.
Why is it here?
Amin's mind raced.
Coal must have brought it.
He said, his voice steady, but his thoughts a whirlwind.
He's always been drawn to things that matter.
Coal whined softly, his tail flicking once before. He stood, padding toward the trees with deliberate steps. Amin's heart pounded. Asterisk. What if this is how Lin Xiaoman left it? Asterisk. He followed, the pendant clutched in his palm, as the air grew colder and the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering secrets only Coal could hear.
You're not alone, Coal.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling.
I'm here.
Coal paused, his head tilting as if listening, then turned back, his eyes meeting Amin's with a quiet, unshakable trust. The ground beneath them pulsed, and the symbol flared brighter, revealing a hidden path winding into the shadows. Xia Tong's breath caught.
The valley's memory is waking.
She said, her violet eyes wide.
This isn't just a trial, it's a reckoning.
Amin swallowed hard, his grip tightening on the pendant. Asterisk Lin Xiaoman's last message. It's here, waiting. Asterisk Coal's tail swayed, and the path ahead shimmered, as if the valley itself had finally found its way home. Amin knelt beside Coal, who sat rigid, his silver-tipped fur bristling as his eyes locked onto a glint of light beneath a cluster of crystalline leaves. The air around them had grown still, the usual hum of the valley's energy muted, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Cole's tail flicked once, then twice, before he darted forward, his paws brushing against the ground as he unearthed a small tarnished pendant from the earth. Amin's breath caught the same pendant Xiatong had worn earlier, its silver surface etched with the same spiral symbol that had appeared in the memory seal.
Coal!
He whispered, his fingers trembling as he reached for it. But the dog's growl was low in warning. Xiatong, standing nearby, glanced at the pendant and frowned.
That's not just in Beckett.
She said, her voice quiet.
It's a key. Lin Xiaoman left it here, but it's been waiting for someone who understands the valley's true purpose.
Amin's hands hovered over the pendant, his mind racing with memories of his grandfather's stories about the Symbiosis Pact. Cole's growl deepened, his ears flattening as he nudged the pendant toward Amin, his eyes wide with urgency.
You think it's still here?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Xiatong nodded.
The valley's barrier isn't just weakening, it's being lopped out. Someone's trying to keep the truth buried.
Amin's chest tightened as he looked at Cole, who now sat beside him, his tail curled protectively around the pendant. The dog's earlier silence, the way he'd stared at the ground, all of it made sense now. Cole wasn't just reacting to the valley's energy. He was remembering. Remembering the moment Lin Xiaoman had hidden the pendant, the moment she'd made the choice to protect him. Amin's hands trembled as he reached for the pendant, his voice shaking.
You've been trying to tell me, haven't you?
Cole's tail swayed slowly, his dark eyes reflecting the starlight above as if he'd already answered. The air in Starfall Valley hung heavy with an unnatural stillness, the kind that made every breath feel like a whisper to the world. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the Oblivion Mist, its shimmering expanse stretching endlessly before them, a liquid silver void that seemed to drink in the light. The Star Spring's energy pulsed faintly through Cole's collar, casting a soft glow that barely pierced the mist's oppressive darkness. Amin tightened his grip on the collar, his knuckles whitening as a shiver of fear coiled in his chest.
We have to go through,
He murmured, his voice steady, despite the tremor in his hands. Cole nuzzled his palm, his fur tinged with a warm, almost protective light, as if the mist itself recoiled from their bond. The moment they stepped forward, the mist surged toward them, its tendrils curling like smoke, and Amin felt the world blur around him for a heartbeat. He was Aloneno memories, no Cole, just the void swallowing him whole. Then a memory surfaced. The first night he'd found Cole curled on the floor of his room, the collar's glow illuminating the small trembling creature's face. Amin's heart swelled, and he reached out, grasping Cole's paw. The mist recoiled, its unnatural light flickering, as if startled by the strength of their connection.
You are not alone.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling with resolve. Cole gave a small, knowing nudge, his tail swaying gently, as if to say, "Asterisk, I'm here! Asterisk!" Just then a figure emerged from the mist, a young woman, with glasses, her eyes alight with determination.
This is the heart of the valley.
She said, her voice calm but urgent.
The place where memories are tested. This is memory residue.
She added, offering Amin a vial of glowing liquid.
It can help you hold on to your strongest memories, even in the mist.
Amin hesitated, his fingers brushing the vial's surface, feeling the warmth of its contents.
What if I forget you?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Cole's tail flicked, and he nuzzled Amin's hand.
You won't.
The pet said, his voice a soft rumble.
Because I'll remind you.
As the mist thickened around them, Amin's mind drifted to a memory of a lost fox he'd once helped, its paw injured, its eyes wide with fear. He'd wrapped it in his scarf, carried it to safety, and the fox had followed him home for weeks, curling up by the fire. That memory now felt like a thread of light, anchoring him to the present. The mist surged again, but Amin stood firm, Coal's paw clasped in his own. Together they pressed on, the vial's warmth seeping into Amin's palm like a promise. Amin and Coal stood before the towering totem of the bond pact, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered like liquid gold under the pale light filtering through the mist. The air hummed with an ancient energy, and Amin's fingers itched to trace the carvings, though he hesitated, sensing the weight of the moment. Lioya, the researcher, had just handed him the vial of memory residue, her voice steady as she explained its purpose.
This isn't just a test of strength,
she said, her glasses catching the light as she gestured to the totem.
It's a test of what you carry in your heart. The mist erases memories, but
She tapped the vial.
This anchors you to the ones that matter most.
Amin nodded, his grip tightening on the vial as he looked at Coal, whose tail swayed slowly as if he understood the gravity of their task. The totem pulsed, and the symbols began to shift, forming a spiral that mirrored the star spring's energy. Amin stepped forward, his breath shallow, and as his fingers brushed the stone, a vision flooded his mind. Guardians and their pets clasped in an unbreakable promise, their hands glowing with the same light that now surrounded him. Coal nudged his shoulder gently, his eyes soft with reassurance, and Amin felt a warmth bloom in his chest, a memory resurfacing. The first night he'd found Coal, curled in the corner of his room, the star spring's glow illuminating the small trembling creature. He exhaled, letting the memory settle, and the totem's light flared, the symbols rearranging into a single glowing mark. Lioya smiled, her voice tinged with awe.
You've passed,
she said, but her eyes flickered with something else, a question perhaps, or a warning. As the totem's light faded, a new figure emerged from the mist, a young man with a satchel slung over his shoulder, his gaze sharp as he studied Amin and Coal.
This tablet,
he said, pulling an ancient relic from his satchel.
It speaks of the bond pact's power, but also of its cost. The valley remembers every choice, every betrayal.
Amin's stomach tightened, but Coal's steady presence beside him anchored him. The mist swirled, and the totem's glow deepened, as if the valley itself were watching, waiting. The storm of forgotten memories descended upon Starfall Valley with a fury that made the air tremble. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar as the first drops of rain struck his face, the scent of petrichor mingling with the strange metallic tang of the mist. Coal's fur bristled, his tail stiffening as he peered into the swirling darkness ahead.
We need shelter,
Amin muttered, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. Coal gave a sharp bark, his paws skidding on the slick earth as he darted ahead, his nose twitching at the scent of something hidden beneath the storm. Amin followed, his boots splashing through puddles that had already formed, the ground beneath him slick with rain. Suddenly, Coal halted, his ears flattening as a low growl rumbled from deep in his throat. Amin froze, his heart pounding. From the mist emerged a creature no larger than a cat, its fur a patchwork of silver and shadow, eyes glowing with a predatory hunger.
Stay back,
Amin shouted, raising a hand to shield Coal. The creature hissed, its tail lashing as it lunged. Coal sprang forward, his claws unsheathing with a metallic asterisk. Snick asterisk, and the beast recoiled, snarling.
We can't fight it.
Amin gasped, his mind racing. Coal whined, his tail flicking in frustration. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, He darted to the side, knocking over a cluster of thorny vines that had been hidden by the storm. The creature yowled, its claws scraping against the sharp brambles as it recoiled.
Good boy.
Amin breathed, his chest tight with relief. Coal turned, his eyes bright with triumph, and nudged Amin's hand.
You're amazing.
Amin whispered, his voice thick with awe. Coal nuzzled him, his fur still tingling with the energy of the storm. Just then, a figure emerged from the mist old Zal, her robes fluttering in the wind.
Come.
She said, her voice calm but urgent.
The shelter is near.
Amin hesitated, glancing at Coal, who gave a small, knowing nudge. Together they pressed on, the storm raging behind them. As they reached the grove, old Zal led them to a wooden shelter, its roof sagging under the weight of the rain. Inside, the air was warm, the scent of herbs and firewood mingling.
This storm is not natural.
Old Zal said, her eyes scanning Amin and Coal.
It's a test of memory, a reminder of the past.
She reached into her satchel, pulling out a vial of glowing liquid.
This is memory essence.
She explained.
It can help you hold on to your strongest memories, even in the storm.
Amin took the well, feeling its warmth seep into his palm. Coal gave a small knowing nudge.
I'll be with you.
He said, his voice steady. Amin looked at him, then back at old Zhao.
What do we do now?
He asked. Old Zhao's gaze was distant, as if she were seeing something beyond the storm.
You must face it.
She said.
Together.
Amin swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Coal's tail swayed gently, his eyes filled with quiet determination.
We're ready.
He said. Amin nodded, his grip tightening on Coal's collar. The storm howled outside. But inside the shelter, the bond between them burned brighter than ever. The storm broke with a fury that sent sheets of rain slashing through the valley, the wind howling like a wounded beast. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, the Star Spring's energy humming faintly beneath his fingertips as the pet's fur bristled with unease.
We need to find shelter.
Amin called over the gale, his voice nearly lost in the chaos. Coal whined, his tail lashing as he darted ahead, leaping over a tangle of thorny vines that had sprouted from the mist. Amin followed, his boots sinking into the mud as the ground softened beneath his feet. Just as the first drops of rain struck his face, a figure emerged from the Foga woman with silver hair and a robe that shimmered like moonlight.
You're safe with me.
She said, her voice calm despite the storm.
I'm Old Zal, a caretaker of the abandoned shrine.
She led them to a hidden grove, where a wooden shelter crouched beneath ancient trees. Inside, the air was warm, the scent of herbs mingling with the damp earth.
This storm is a test of memory.
Old Zal said, her eyes reflecting the flickering firelight.
It's a reminder of the past.
She handed Amin a vial of glowing liquid.
Memory essence will help you hold on to your strongest memories.
Amin hesitated, then accepted it, feeling the warmth seep into his palm. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes alight with quiet determination.
We need to face the storm.
Amen, whispered, his voice steady.
Together.
As the wind howled outside, he closed his eyes, recalling the first night he found Coal curled up on his floor, the collar's glow illuminating his face. The memory anchored him, and he stepped outside, ready to confront the storm.
You're ready?
Amin asked, his voice barely audible over the wind.
Always.
Coal replied, his tail swaying as he leapt over a gushing stream, the water churning beneath them. Amin followed, his boots skidding on the slick stones.
Hold on.
He shouted as a sudden gust nearly toppled him. Coal's paw shot out, gripping his wrist.
I've got you.
The pet growled, his fur bristling as he pulled Amin to safety. The storm raged on, but their bond held firm, the mist swirling around them like a living thing.
This is our test.
Amin said, his heart pounding.
We won't let it break us.
Coal gave a small, knowing nudge, and together they pressed forward, the storm's fury a backdrop to their unshakable resolve. The air in Starfall Valley thickened as Amin and Coal approached the stone pillars, etched with the Mistwood Guardians' Alliance's symbols. The ground beneath their feet trembling as if the valley itself were holding its breath. Coal's fur bristled, his tail stiffening as he growled low at an ancient tree whose bark shimmered with faint, pulsing light. Amin's hand tightened on his collar, which suddenly heated against his palm, sending a jolt of warmth through his fingers. Strange glowing spots flickered in the forest's undergrowth, like fireflies trapped in amber, and the air smelled of old parchment and something metallic.
You've been here before.
Amin murmured, his voice barely above a whisper.
This place, it feels like a memory you're trying to forget.
Coal's ears twitched, his gaze darting to the pillars, where symbols shifted like liquid silver.
The Guardians have always believed the valley should be protected.
Lin said, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries.
But now the mist is growing stronger, and the bond between owner and pet is being tested in ways we never imagined.
Amin's chest tightened.
What does that mean?
He asked, his eyes flicking to Coal, who had turned his head, his fur tinged with a faint silver sheen.
It means the valley is changing.
Linbo replied, his gaze piercing.
And so are you.
Amin's mind raced, recalling the moment he'd first found Coal curled in the shadows of a crumbling shrine, his collar cracked and cold.
You've always been here.
He whispered, his voice trembling.
Even when I wasn't.
Coal nudged his hand, his tail swaying gently.
The mist isn't just a test.
He said, his voice a low rumble.
It's a door, and I think it's been waiting for you.
Amin's breath, caught as the ground beneath them, trembled again, and the glowing spots in the forest coalesced into a single, jagged symbol, etched into the earth a mark he'd never seen before, yet somehow recognized.
What is that?
He asked, his voice barely audible. Lin Bo's eyes darkened.
That's the mark of the first guardian.
He said.
And it's not just a symbol, it's a warning.
Amin's heart pounded as he looked at Coal, who was watching him with quiet intensity.
You've been waiting for this.
He said, his voice steady.
But why?
Coal's tail flicked, and the air around them shimmered, revealing a hidden path beneath the pillars, where a stone tablet lay half buried in the earth, its surface etched with paw prints that seemed to pulse with the same silver light as Coal's fur.
The valley isn't just a place.
Coal said, his voice soft.
It's a story, and I think it's time you read the next chapter.
Amin and Coal approached the massive stone archway, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. Coal's fur bristled as he growled low, his eyes fixed on an ancient tree nearby, its bark scarred with claw marks and glowing faintly in irregular spots. Amin paused, feeling the air grow colder, and noticed the Star Spring's collar around Coal's neck suddenly heating up, its glow intensifying as if responding to the tree.
Coal, what is it?
Amin asked, his voice hushed. Coal turned to him, his tail swishing slowly, and nudged Amin's hand with a quiet urgency.
You've seen this before, haven't you?
Amin pressed, his fingers brushing the collar's warm surface. Coal's ears twitched, and he let out a low whine, his gaze flicking to the archway.
The legends said the guardian beast would test those who entered.
Amin murmured, recalling stories of the valley's trials.
But this feels different.
Coal's growl deepened as the glowing spots on the ground began to shift, forming a pattern that mirrored the symbols on the archway. Amin's heart pounded as the guardian beast stepped forward, its molten gold eyes locking onto him.
You are the descendant of the first guardian.
It rumbled, its voice like distant thunder.
Your boundaries call is the key to the valley's future.
Amin's breath caught, and he glanced at Coal, who was now staring intently at the tree, his paws trembling slightly.
What do you see?
Amin whispered. Coal's tail flicked once, and a memory surfaced in Amin's mind. A child's voice calling out, a collar glowing in the dark, a storm raging outside. The guardian beast's gaze softened.
The trial begins now.
As the ground trembled, Amin felt a sudden pull toward the tree, where a stone tablet, half buried in the roots, bore a paw print that matched Coal's. The air hummed with energy, and the mist around them thickened, as if the valley itself was watching. Amin's fingers trembled as he pressed his palm against the memory tree's bark, the ancient wood warm beneath his touch. Rain had begun to fall again, the droplets clinging to Coal's fur as he stood beside him, his tail curled tightly around Amin's leg. The storm had passed, but the valley still hummed with the weight of forgotten memories. Amin's breath caught as a vision surfaced. Coal shivering in the cold, his small body trembling against Amin's chest on a rainy night years ago. Amin had wrapped him in a blanket, his hands steady despite the fear gnawing at his gut.
You are safe now.
He had whispered, his voice muffled by the fabric. Coal had nuzzled his hand then, his eyes closed, his warmth seeping into Amin's palm like a promise. Now, the same quiet trust lingered between them.
You're still here.
Amin murmured, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. Coal tilted his head, his ears twitching as if listening to something only he could hear. Old Zell stepped forward, her robe fluttering in the wind.
The tree remembers.
She said softly.
It holds the echoes of every bond that has ever shaped this valley.
Amin swallowed hard, his throat tight.
Lin Xiaoman. She was here before us, wasn't she?
He turned to Coal, who gave a small, knowing nudge.
She left something behind.
Amin whispered.
I need to find out what.
Old Zhao's eyes softened.
Then listen.
The tree's glow intensified, and Amin felt the memory of Lin Xiaoman's voice whispering through the air, fragile yet determined.
I'll come back for you.
It said. Amin's chest ached. He looked at Coal, who was watching him with quiet patience.
We'll find her.
And his voice steady.
Together.
Coal's tail swayed gently, and for a moment the valley seemed to hold its breath. The bridge of floating stones trembled beneath Amin's feet as he and Coal stepped forward, the air thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the distant hum of the star spring's energy. Amin's fingers tightened around Coal's paw, his mind drifting to a memory of a stormy night long ago when Coal had shivered in his arms, his fur damp and eyes wide with fear. Amin had wrapped him in a blanket, whispering promises of safety, and Coal had nuzzled his hand, his warmth seeping into Amin's skin like a silent vow. Now, the same trembling in Coal's fur mirrored the uncertainty in Amin's chest.
You're not alone.
Amin murmured, his voice barely audible over the wind. Coal's tail swayed, his ears twitching as he pressed closer, his breath warm against Amin's wrist.
I know.
He replied, his voice a soft rumble.
But the belly is watching.
Old Zal's words echoed in Amin's mind, and he glanced at the glowing symbol at the bridge's center, its light pulsing in time with their steps. Amin's heart ached with the weight of the choice ahead: protect the valley or share its power, but Coal's steady presence anchored him. If I lose you, I lose everything, he thought, his throat tightening. The bridge shuddered, and a memory surfaced. Lin Xiaoman's voice, distant yet urgent.
Coal, I'll come back for you.
Amin's breath hitched. The stones beneath them groaned, and the mist coiled around their ankles, testing their resolve. Coal's paw slipped, and Amin lunged forward, catching him just as the bridge cracked.
We're together.
Amin said, his voice firm. Coal's eyes met his, and for a moment the valley seemed to hold its breath. The storm had barely begun when Coal's ears twitched, his fur bristling as if sensing something beyond the wind's reach. Amin stood at the edge of the grove, his fingers tightening around the star spring pendant he'd worn since finding Coal, its surface now dull from years of use. The air smelled of rain, but Coal's tail was still, his gaze fixed on the mist where old Zal had vanished. Amin's eyes flicked to the ground where Coal's paws had dug into the earth, revealing a small, weathered box half buried in the soil. He knelt, brushing away dirt to reveal a faded blue ribbon tied round a silver pendant, its engraving of the Symbiosis Pact symbol nearly invisible.
You've been hiding this.
Amin asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Coal nuzzled the pendant, his eyes softening as if recalling a memory Amin couldn't yet grasp. Old Zal's voice echoed from the mist.
The pact isn't just a bond, it's a choice.
Amin's chest tightened. He'd always thought the pact was about protection, but now the pendant's weight in his palm felt like a question. Coal's tail flicked, his gaze steady.
You're not just the Guardian's descendant.
Amin whispered, the realization dawning as the pendant's symbol glowed faintly.
You're the pact itself.
The storm howled, but Coal's quiet certainty anchored him. The valley's choice was no longer just his, it was theirs. Amin stood at the edge of the bridge, his gaze fixed on the glowing symbol at its center, while Coal's ears twitched as if listening to a sound only he could hear. The pet's tail, usually a restless flicker, lay still against the ground, his eyes locked on the star spring's distant shimmer. Amin glanced at the small weathered pendant hanging from Coal's Kolara relic from their first journey, its silver surface dulled by time.
You've always carried that?
Amin murmured, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Coal tilted his head, then nudged the pendant gently, as if urging him to remember. Old Zal, watching from the valley's edge, spoke softly.
The spring's power isn't just about protection, it's about connection. The Guardians feared it, but the Reformers saw its potential.
Her words hung in the air, a thread Amin hadn't noticed before. His heart pounded as he recalled Lin Xiaoman's final whisper, the weight of her absence pressing against him.
I don't know if I'm ready.
He admitted, his voice cracking. Coal's fur shimmered faintly, and he stepped closer, his paw resting on Amin's hand.
You don't have to be.
He said, his tone steady.
Just trust me.
The ground trembled, and the star spring's light flared, illuminating the valley in a cascade of silver and gold. Amin's breath caught as the pendant glowed, its surface revealing a hidden inscription. Asterisk.
To protect is to share.
Asterisk, the mist around them dissolved, revealing a path of light leading toward the spring. Amin's eyes widened.
You've been waiting for this.
He whispered, realization dawning. Coal gave a small knowing nudge.
I've always been here.
He said, his voice a soft echo of the past. The valley's energy surged, and the star spring awakened, its light spilling into the world like a promise kept. The air in Starfall Valley shimmered like liquid sunlight, the trees around Amin and Coal glowing with a soft blue light that pulsed in time with Coal's collar. Amin's breath caught as he stepped forward, the ground beneath his feet feeling impossibly light, as if the valley itself had been woven from stardust. Coal's tail flicked lazily, his ears twitching at the rustling leaves that seemed to hum with forgotten songs.
You must be Amin and Coal.
A voice called, warm and steady, breaking the stillness. A young woman emerged from behind a cluster of silver-barked trees, her auburn braid catching the light like a flame.
I'm Owen.
She said, her smile wide and inviting.
I've been waiting for you.
She gestured to a small wooden cart pulled by a sleek silver-furred fox, its eyes gleaming with curiosity.
I heard whispers of your journey.
She continued, her voice soft with wonder.
I thought I'd come to help.
Amin felt a wave of relief wash over him, the weight of the unknown lifting slightly. Coal nuzzled his hand, his fur brushing against Amin's wrist like a silent reassurance.
Thank you.
Amin murmured, his voice barely above a whisper.
We could use the help.
Awen's eyes sparkled as she stepped closer, her presence radiating a calm that seemed to calm the very air around them.
Let's see what the valley has in store,
she said, her tone brimming with excitement. As they walked deeper into the valley, Amin's mind drifted to memories of his grandfather, who had once told him stories of the Star Spring and the bond between owner and pet. He had always believed that such a bond was rare, but now, standing beside Coal and Awen, he felt the truth settle in his chest like a warm ember.
You don't have to carry everything alone.
Coal said suddenly, his voice gentle.
We're in this together.
Amin looked at him, his heart swelling with gratitude.
I know.
He replied, his fingers tightening around Coal's paw. As they reached a small clearing, Awen knelt to examine a faded silver pendant resting on the ground.
This is a memory fragment.
She murmured, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into the metal.
It belonged to someone who once walked these paths. Perhaps it holds a clue to Lin Xiaoman's fate.
Amin and Coal exchanged a glance, their resolve deepening. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, Amin felt the warmth of companionship guiding him forward. The air in Starfall Valley shimmered with an almost imperceptible hum as Amin and Coal stepped cautiously toward the arrangement of stones, their surfaces glowing with runes that pulsed in time with the rhythm of the valley's unseen energy. Awen knelt beside the stones, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into the rock, her brow furrowed in concentration.
This is a totem puzzle.
She said, her voice steady but tinged with excitement.
It requires the cooperation of an owner and their pet to solve. The runes are ancient. They're not just symbols. They're a language that only those who understand the bond can interpret.
She glanced at Amin, her eyes bright with curiosity.
You'll need to listen, not just with your ears, but with your heart.
Amin hesitated, his gaze flicking between the runes and Coal, whose tail was twitching in a slow, deliberate rhythm.
But how do we even begin?
He asked, his voice uncertain.
The puzzle isn't meant to be solved alone.
Awen replied, her tone gentle but firm.
It's a test of trust, of connection. You and Cole have to work together to feel the same thing at the same time.
Coal stepped forward, his paws pressing gently against the stones, and Amin felt a sudden warmth in his chest, as if the valley itself was urging him to follow. He knelt beside his companion, their hands hovering just above the runes.
What do you hear?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Cole's ears twitched and he tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as if listening to something only he could hear.
It's a song.
He murmured, his voice soft with wonder.
A melody that's not just in the air, but in us.
Amin closed his eyes, letting the faint hum of the runes wash over him, and for a moment he felt the memories of their journey the way. Coal had nuzzled him when he was lost, the way he had always known when Amin was afraid. He reached out his hand, brushing against Coal's, and the runes flared to life, their glow spreading outward in a pattern that resembled a map. Awen gasped, her eyes widening as she recognized the markings.
This is a fragment of the Star Springs location.
She said, her voice filled with awe.
It's a clue we've been searching for.
Amin and Coal exchanged a look of triumph, the weight of their journey lifting slightly, but as they stood, a soft rustling in the underbrush drew their attention. A small wounded rabbit was huddled near the base of a tree, its leg trembling as it tried to escape. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, and without a word he padded over his gentle nudge, coaxing the rabbit toward Amin's outstretched hand.
We can't leave it.
Amin said, his voice firm.
Not when it needs help.
Awen nodded, her expression softening.
You're right. The valley's magic is meant to heal, not just guide.
As Amin carefully wrapped the rabbit in a cloth from his satchel, Coal's tail curled around his wrist, a silent promise that they would protect every creature they encountered on their journey. The puzzle had tested their trust. But now, as they prepared to follow the map's path, Amin felt a deeper connection than ever before, a bond that would carry them through the trials ahead. Amin and Coal trudged through the misty undergrowth of Starfall Valley, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming nightshade. A sudden rustle ahead made Amin freeze, his hand tightening around Coal's collar.
Did you hear that?
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. Coal's ears twitched, his tail flicking in a slow, cautious rhythm. Amin's heart pounded as he peered into the shadows, where a narrow stream gurgled over moss-covered rocks. The water shimmered with an unnatural silver hue, its surface reflecting the faint glow of the valley's aura.
We need to cross.
Amin murmured, his gaze flicking to Coal.
But how?
The stream's current was swift, and the rocks were slick with algae. Coal's eyes gleamed with determination as he stepped forward, his paws pressing gently against the nearest stone.
I'll go first.
He said, his voice steady.
You follow my lead.
Amin hesitated, then nodded. As Coal leapt onto the first rock, the stream's current tugged at his fur, but he steadied himself, his claws digging into the stone.
It's okay.
He called back, his tone reassuring.
Just trust me.
Amin took a deep breath and stepped forward, his foot landing squarely on the rock. Coal had just crossed. The moment his weight shifted, the stone wavered beneath him, but Coal's tail curled around his wrist, anchoring him.
You were doing great.
Coal said, his voice a low rumble of encouragement. Amin's breath caught as he realized how much he relied on Coal's strength, his doubts momentarily forgotten. As they reached the other side, a sudden rustle in the bushes made them both freeze. A small fox-like creature with shimmering fur darted out, its eyes glinting with mischief.
Adelie, look at you.
The creature chirped, its voice high-pitched and mocking.
Can't even cross a stream without help.
Coal's tail bristled, and Amin's grip on his collar tightened.
We're not here to play games.
Amin said, his voice firm. The creature tilted its head, then let out a sharp yip, vanishing into the undergrowth.
It's just a trick.
Coal said, his tone calm.
Don't let it get to you.
Amin exhaled, his shoulders relaxing as he glanced at Coal.
You are right.
He said, his voice soft with gratitude.
We're in this together.
As they pressed on, Amin's mind raced with thoughts of Lin Xiaoman and the weight of his journey, but for now he focused on the steady rhythm of Coal's steps beside him, the bond between them stronger than ever. Asterisk, I never realized how much I needed him. Asterisk, Amin thought, his heart swelling with determination. Asterisk, but now I do. Asterisk, Amin and Coal stepped into the clearing, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wild flowers, and the soft rustle of leaves hinted at unseen creatures. Old Zal, his silver hair braided loosely, greeted them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling as he gestured toward the bench.
You've come far.
He said, his voice like wind through reeds.
But the valley tests all who enter.
As Amin and Coal settled, old Zal reached into his satchel, pulling out a bundle of herbs that shimmered faintly.
These are warm heart herbs.
He explained, crushing a leaf between his fingers.
They carry the warmth of the bond between owner and pet. Let me show you.
He applied the crushed herbs to a wounded fox's paw, and the creature let out a soft whimper before relaxing, its fur glowing with a gentle light. Amin watched, fascinated, his heart swelling with awe.
It's amazing.
He murmured, his voice trembling.
How do you do it?
Old Zal chuckled, his eyes kind.
Healing is not just about mending wounds, it's about mending hearts. And sometimes it takes a little courage to face what ails you.
Amin glanced at Coal, who was watching the fox with a curious tilt of his head, his tail flicking lazily.
You're amazing.
Amin whispered, his fingers brushing Coal's fur.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes soft.
You'd do it with me.
he said, his voice steady.
Always.
As they rose to leave, a sudden rustle in the bushes made them freeze. A small mischievous creature of fox, with fur like molten, gold-darted out, snatching a herb from old Zhao's satchel.
Oh no.
Amin muttered, his eyes wide.
That's not going to end well.
Coal barked, his tail stiffening.
We'll get it back.
He said, his tone firm.
But we need to be quick.
Amin nodded, his heart racing as he and Coal chased the fox through the clearing, dodging thorns and leaping over shallow streams. When they finally cornered the creature, it let out a high-pitched squeak before dropping the herb at old Zhao's feet.
Brave little thing.
Old Zhao said, his smile returning.
And so is your partner?
Amin exhaled, his chest tight with relief.
We did it.
He said, his voice shaky. Coal licked his cheek, his tail curling around his wrist.
We always do.
He said, his eyes gleaming with quiet pride as they continued their journey. Amin's mind buzzed with thoughts of the bond they shared, the way Coal's presence had steadied him even in the face of the fox's antics. He had always known Coal was special, but now he saw how deeply their connection ran, how every challenge they faced together only made their trust stronger.
I never imagined
He thought, his heart full.
that healing could be this much more than just mending wounds. It's about finding strength in the people and pets you love.
The air around the trial bridge felt charged, as if the valley itself was holding its breath. Amin and Coal stood at the edge, the floating stones glowing faintly with an ethereal light that pulsed in time with the rhythm of their heartbeats. Coal's tail flicked nervously, his ears twitching as he glanced at an ancient tree nearby, its bark etched with symbols that shimmered like constellations. A low growl escaped his throat, a sound that sent a shiver down Amin's spine.
What is it?
Amin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Coal didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the tree, as if it held a secret he couldn't ignore. Strange spots of light flickered in the underbrush. Their aglow pulsing like a heartbeat, and Amin's collar suddenly grew warm against his chest, as though it were reacting to something unseen. Awan's voice cut through the tension.
The bridge is a test of trust, but it's also a mirror. It shows you what you're afraid of.
Amin turned to Coal, his eyes searching his partner's.
You've been here before, haven't you?
He asked. Coal's ears drooped slightly, but his tail curled protectively around Amin's wrist.
Not like this.
He murmured.
But I've felt this place before. It's familiar.
Amin's mind raced. What if the bridge wasn't just a trial, but a memory? What if the glowing spots and the ancient tree were clues to a past he didn't yet understand? As he stepped forward, the stones beneath his feet shifted, and the bridge seemed to hum with a quiet, ancient power. Amin's heart pounded. He had to trust Coal, but the weight of the unknown pressed heavily on him. Coal's growl returned, low and steady, as if warning him of something just beyond the veil of the mist.
We're not alone.
Coal said, his voice barely a breath.
Something's waiting for us.
Amin's grip on Coal's paw tightened. The bridge shimmered, and the air grew thick with the scent of rain and earth, as if the valley itself was preparing for the next step. The mist thickened as Amin and Coal stepped into the clearing, the air around them humming with an eerie resonance that made the hairs on Amin's arms rise. Coal's collar suddenly flared with a heat that seared Amin's palm. And the dog growled low, his ears flattening as he turned toward an ancient tree whose bark was etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the fog.
What is it?
Amin whispered, his voice trembling, as he reached for Cole's shoulder. The dog's eyes locked onto the tree, his growl deepening.
You've seen this before?
Amin said, his fingers tightening around the dog's fur.
This tree, it's not just old. It's asterisk, alive asterisk.
Cole's growl shifted into a low whine, and his tail flicked toward the mist, where strange glowing spots pulsed like fireflies.
You're hiding something.
Amin pressed, his voice steady, despite the fear gnawing at him.
What happened here? Why does this place feel asterisk, familiar asterisk?
Cole's ears twitched, and for a moment, Amin thought he saw the dog's reflection in the mist, a shadowy figure with a collar like his own, but older, its glow dimmer.
You don't have to protect me.
Amin said, his throat raw.
Not anymore.
Cole's growl softened, and his tail curled around Amin's wrist, the heat from his collar fading as the mist began to swirl. Awen's voice cut through the haze.
The Oblivion Mist doesn't erase memories. It asterisk reveals asterisk them. This place is a threshold, Amin. The Guardians left warnings here, but they're buried in the fog.
Amin's breath hitched as he stepped forward, his boots crunching over something hard beneath the mist. A stone tablet lay half buried, its surface carved with paw prints that glowed faintly, as if waiting to be claimed.
This isn't just a warning.
Amin murmured, tracing the prints with his fingertips.
It's a map.
Cole's collar pulsed again, this time in rhythm with the tablet's glow, and the mist parted to reveal a hidden cave, its entrance framed by the same symbols that had haunted Amin's dreams since the day he found Coal. Amin and Coal stood before the towering stone archway, its carvings glowing with a soft, pulsing light that seemed to hum in time with their own heartbeats. The air was thick with the weight of history, and Amin felt a shiver run through him as he traced his fingers over the ancient inscriptions. Cole's collar flickered faintly, its glow mirroring the rhythm of the carvings, and Amin's chest tightened with a mix of awe and fear. He had always known his bond with Cole was special, but now, standing here, he felt the enormity of what it meant. Awen's voice broke the silence, her words trembling with reverence.
The Guardians were not just protectors of the valley, they were its heart.
She turned to Amin, her eyes searching his.
And now it's your turn.
Amin's throat tightened. He had come so far, but the path ahead felt heavier than ever. Cole stepped closer, his tail curling around Amin's wrist, and for a moment the world seemed to shrink to just the two of them.
You don't have to carry this alone.
Cole said, his voice steady.
We're in this together.
Amin looked at him, his heart swelling with emotion. He had always believed that becoming a guardian was something he had to earn, something he had to prove. But now he saw the truth. His bond with Cole had already made him one. He reached out, his hand brushing against Cole's. The moment their fingers met, a surge of energy passed between them, and the air around them filled with a soft golden light. The scroll in Amin's hand faded, its message absorbed into the bond they shared. Awen watched in quiet awe as the light settled, the weight of the moment settling over them all.
The bond is complete.
She whispered.
The Guardian has been chosen.
Amin looked at Cole, his eyes filled with gratitude and love.
Thank you.
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
For everything.
Cole nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist in a gesture of comfort.
Always.
He said. The golden light from the star spring pulsed around them, its energy resonating with the bond they had forged. Amin felt a deep sense of peace wash over him, as if the valley itself had accepted him as its guardian. Owen stepped forward, her eyes filled with quiet reverence.
This is the moment.
She said, her voice barely above a whisper.
The star spring is ready.
As she spoke, the water within the spring began to shimmer, its surface reflecting the memories of those who had come before past guardians, their pets, and the countless lives they had protected. Amin felt a surge of emotion as he saw Lin Xiaoman's face appear among the reflections. Her hand clasped with Coal's ancestor, the great black dog with silver markings. Amin looked at Coal, his heart swelling with gratitude.
You've always been with me,
He said softly.
even when I didn't realize it.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist in a gesture of comfort.
And you've always been with me.
He said, his voice filled with quiet certainty as the light from the spring intensified. Amin felt a final surge of energy pass between them, a bond that would never be broken. The valley had chosen them, and together they would protect it for generations to come. Amin's fingers trembled as he lifted the scroll, its ancient symbols glowing like embers in the dim light of the Arch of the Guardians. The air around them felt charged, as though the valley itself was holding its breath. Coal's collar pulsed faintly, its rhythms kenning with the steady beat of Amin's heart.
You don't have to do this alone.
Coal said, his voice a low murmur against the silence, his tail curling protectively around Amin's wrist. Amin looked up, his eyes searching Coal's, and saw the same unshakable resolve that had carried them through every trial.
But I want to.
He replied, his voice cracking.
I want to protect you, to protect this place.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his warm breath a balm against Amin's skin.
You already do.
He said, his ears twitching as if listening to something only he could hear. Owen stepped forward, her expression solemn.
The symbiosis pact isn't just a choice.
She said, her voice steady.
It's a promise set to each other, to the valley. Once you take this step, there's no turning back.
Amin's gaze dropped to the scroll, its glow intensifying. Memories surged through him. The night he'd found Coal shivering in the rain, his small body trembling as Amin wrapped him in his coat. The countless times Coal had pressed his forehead to Amin's palm when the world felt too heavy. Amin closed his eyes, his breath unsteady. Asterisk. What if I fail? What if I lose you? Asterisk. The thought clawed at him, raw and unrelenting. But then he felt Coal's paw rest on his, steady and sure.
You won't.
Coal said, his voice a quiet vow.
Because I'll always be here.
Amin's chest tightened, his fingers tightening around the scroll. The star spring's light flared, and the air between them shimmered, as if the valley itself was waiting for his answer. Amin stood before the star spring, its golden light casting long shadows across the clearing as he and Coal approached the pedestal. Coal's tail flicked slowly, his gaze fixed on a small weathered pendant resting at the base of the stone. Amin had overlooked it at first, but now, as Coal's paws hovered over it, the air seemed to hum with an unspoken tension.
You found it.
Amin said, kneeling to pick it up, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes dark with something Amin couldn't name.
It's not just a pendant.
Owen murmured from behind them, her voice tinged with awe.
This is a relic of the first guardian. It's said to hold the memory of the bond.
Amin's fingers tightened around the pendant, its warmth seeping into his skin. Asterisk, a bond. Asterisk. The word echoed in his mind, a thread he had always felt but never fully understood. He looked at Coal, whose collar pulsed in time with the pendant's glow.
You've always known.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling. Coal's tail curled around his wrist, his gaze steady.
I've always been here.
He said, his tone quiet but resolute. Amin's breath caught as the pendant's symbols flared, revealing a hidden message. Asterisk, the guardian is not chosen. The bond is remembered. Asterisk, Owen gasped, stepping closer.
This changes everything.
She said, her eyes wide. Amin's heart pounded as the truth settled over him. His bond with Coal was not a new path, but a legacy reborn. A connection forged long before he had ever stepped into the valley. The Star Spring's light intensified, wrapping around them both, and for the first time, Amin understood. He had never been alone. As Amin and Coal stood before the Star Spring, its golden light casting long shadows across the valley floor, Coal's tail stiffened, his gaze fixed on a cluster of stones at the spring's edge. Amin noticed the unusual tension in his companion's posture, the way his ears twitched as if listening to something invisible.
Coal, what is it?
Amin asked, his voice low. Coal didn't answer immediately, his paws pressing into the ground as if anchoring himself. Then, with a sudden, deliberate motion, he dug into the soil and retrieved a small, tarnished pendant, its surface etched with the same glowing runes as the stones. Amin's breath caught.
You found this?
He murmured, tracing the pendant's edge. Owen, who had been watching silently, stepped forward.
That's not just any back kid.
She said, her voice tinged with urgency.
It's a memory fragment from the first guardian, Lin Xiaoman's ancestor. It might hold the key to the valley's true purpose.
Amin's fingers tightened around the pendant, his mind racing. Asterisk, could this be the missing piece? Asterisk. He glanced at Coal, who now sat beside him, his eyes reflecting the spring's light.
You've always known more than you let on, haven't you?
Amin whispered. Coal nuzzled his hand, his tail curling around Amin's wrist.
I've always been here.
He said, his voice steady.
Even when you didn't see me.
Amin's heart swelled, the weight of their journey pressing against his chest. As the pendant's runes flared, a vision erupted. Lin Xiaoman standing at the spring's edge, her hand clasped with the great black dog's paw, the same markings now glowing on Coal's collar. Owen gasped.
The bond isn't just between you two. It's a legacy, a cycle that's repeated through generations.
Amin's breath hitched. Asterisk. This wasn't just about protecting the valley, it was about remembering. Asterisk. As the vision faded, Coal's collar pulsed in sync with the spring, the air thick with a new understanding. Amin looked at Owen, then at Coal, his voice trembling.
So what happens now?
Owen's eyes softened.
Now you choose whether to carry the legacy forward or let it fade.
Coal stepped forward, his paws pressing into the ground as if grounding them both.
We carry it
He said, his tone resolute.
together.
Amin nodded, the pendant's glow fading into the spring's light, the valley's future now intertwined with their bond. The air in Starfall Valley shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if the stars themselves had spilled from the sky and woven themselves into the fabric of the land. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the valley, their breath visible in the cool night air. The star spring pulsing softly at the heart of the valley like a living heartbeat. Coal's collar glowed faintly, its light resonating with the spring's energy, as though the dog could feel the ancient memories embedded in the water. Amin knelt beside the spring, his fingers brushing the cool surface, and a whisper of warmth spread through his palm.
You've come back.
He murmured, his voice barely above a breath, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile moment. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes glowing with an intensity that made Amin's heart ache. The boy closed his eyes, recalling the day his grandfather had first brought him here, the way Lin Shan's voice had trembled as he warned of the spring's power.
This place, it's where you found me.
Amin said, his voice thick with emotion. Coal let out a low, resonant bark, his tail swishing in quiet reassurance.
You've always been here.
Amin whispered, his fingers tightening around the dog's fur. The air around them thickened, and a low hum filled the valley, as if the land itself was waiting.
I remember the night you vanished.
Amin, continued, his voice shaking.
You left me alone, but you came back. You always come back.
Coal's collar flared suddenly, and the spring's glow intensified, the water rippling into patterns that seemed to form words. Amin's breath caught as the patterns coalesced into the familiar face of Lin Xiaoman, her voice soft with recognition.
Coal.
She whispered, her voice like wind through leaves.
You've come back.
Amin's hands trembled as he reached out, his fingers brushing the spring's surface.
I've carried your memory.
He said, his voice breaking.
Now I have to carry the future.
Coal stepped forward, his collar pulsing in time with the spring, and the boy knew this was the moment they had been waiting for. Amin knelt beside the star spring, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cool water, and the moment the spring's glow touched his skin, the air around them seemed to hold its breath. Coal's collar pulsed in time with the spring's rhythm, its faint light casting shadows that danced like memories across the valley floor. The water rippled, forming a face Lin Xiaoman's, her eyes soft with recognition, her lips parting as if to speak. Amin's heart clenched, his throat tightening with the weight of the past.
You've come back.
She whispered, her voice like wind through leaves, and Coal let out a low, resonant bark, his collar flaring as if answering her call. Amin's hands trembled as he reached for the spring's surface, feeling the warmth of her presence seep into his bones.
The bond between you and Coal is stronger than anything I ever knew.
Lin Xiaoman continued, her image wavered like a mirage.
You've carried my memory, and now you must carry the future.
Amin's breath hitched, his mind racing with the echoes of his parents' absence, the mystery of Lin Xiaoman's disappearance, and the countless nights he'd spent clutching Coal's fur, as if it were the only tether to the world.
I've always felt the weight of the past.
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
But now I understand it's not just about remembering, it's about making sure the bond between owner and pet never breaks again.
Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes glowing with a quiet intensity, and Amin felt the spring's energy surge through him, as if the valley itself was listening. As Lin Xiaoman's image faded, a sudden rustle in the underbrush drew Amin's attention, small fox cub. its paw caught in a tangle of roots, whimpering softly. Without hesitation, Amin knelt, his fingers brushing against the fox's fur as Cole's collar pulsed again, the spring's light now illuminating the path ahead.
We're not just here for the past.
Amin murmured, his voice steady as he untangled the cub's paw.
We're here to protect the future, together.
The fox nuzzled his palm, its eyes reflecting the same determination that had carried them through every trial. And as the spring's glow intensified, Amin knew this was only the beginning. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the trial bridge, its liquid light shimmering like a river of stars beneath their feet. The air was thick with anticipation, the valley's energy humming around them as if the land itself was holding its breath. Coal's collar pulsed in steady rhythms, and Amin felt a strange warmth in his chest, as though the bridge was responding to their bond.
We've come this far.
Amin whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Coal tilted his head, his eyes glowing with a soft, determined light, and nuzzled Amin's hand.
You're ready.
The boy said, his heart pounding, as he stepped forward. The bridge rippled beneath his feet, and a sudden gust of wind sent a flurry of golden leaves whirling around them. Cole barked, his tail swishing in excitement, and Amin laughed, the sound echoing through the valley.
You're always one step ahead.
He teased, but his smile faded as the bridge's surface shifted, revealing a narrow path that twisted and turned like a serpent. Amin hesitated, his breath catching.
It's okay.
Cole, said his voice, a low rumble in Amin's mind.
We're together.
Amin nodded, gripping the dog's collar as they moved forward. The path narrowed, and Amin's foot slipped on a patch of slick stone.
Hold on.
He shouted, and Cole lunged, his paws digging into the bridge's surface to steady him.
You're amazing.
Amin breathed, his eyes wide with surprise. Cole wagged his tail, his collar flaring brighter as they pressed on. Suddenly, a cluster of thorny vines sprang from the ground, blocking their path. Amin gasped, but Cole barked sharply, his fur bristling as he charged forward, his teeth snapping at the vines.
Wait.
Amin began, but Cole had already torn through the barrier, his determination unwavering.
You are fearless.
Amin whispered, his heart swelling with pride. As they reached the bridge's center, the valley's light flared, and the path ahead shimmered with possibilities. Amin looked down at Cole, his eyes reflecting the same quiet resolve that had carried them through every challenge.
This is just the beginning.
He said, his voice steady. Cole nuzzled his hand, and together they stepped into the unknown. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the trial bridge, the valley's light dimming as if the land itself held its breath. The bridge shimmered with an eerie glow, its surface rippling like liquid glass, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and ancient stone. Amin's fingers trembled as he gripped Cole's collar, the weight of his memories pressing down on him like a storm cloud. Cole's tail swished in quiet determination, his eyes reflecting the same determination that had carried them through every trial.
We can't turn back now.
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of the valley. Cole nuzzled his hand, his fur warm against his palm, and for a moment the boy felt a flicker of courage.
You've always been there for me.
He said, his voice steadier now.
Even when I didn't know what I was doing.
Cole let out a low, resonant bark, his collar pulsing in time with the bridge's glow.
Then let's do this together.
Amin said, his heart pounding.
No more running, no more hiding.
Cole stepped forward, his paws pressing into the bridge's surface, and the water rippled in response, forming a path that stretched into the mist. Amin followed, his breath unsteady, and as he stepped onto the bridge, the valley's light flared, illuminating the path ahead. But the bridge was not without its dangers. A sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, and the water beneath them surged, forming a narrow stream that cut across the bridge. Amin's heart raced as he looked down, the current swirling with shadows that seemed to reach for him.
We have to cross,
He said, his voice tight with fear. Cole turned to him, his eyes glowing with an intensity that made Amin's chest ache.
I'm not letting you fall.
The dog said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the air.
Then help me.
Amin replied, his hands tightening around Cole's collar.
Together.
Cole stepped forward, his paws skidding slightly on the wet surface, and Amin followed, his breath shallow as the stream's current tugged at his legs. The water was cold, biting at his skin, but he pressed on, his focus locked on Cole's steady form ahead. As they reached the other side, the stream calmed, and the bridge solidified beneath their feet. Amin exhaled, his hands trembling as he reached for Cole.
We did it.
He said, his voice trembling with relief. Cole nuzzled his hand, his collar glowing brighter than before.
But the hardest part is still ahead.
Amin said, his eyes scanning the mist that lay beyond the bridge.
We'll face it together.
Cole replied, his tail swishing in quiet determination. As they stepped forward, the valley's light dimmed once more, and the air grew heavy with the weight of the unknown. Amin and Coal stood at the edge of the forest, where the trees grew twisted and ancient, their bark etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the twilight. Coal's collar suddenly heated up against Amin's palm, making him gasp and pull back his hand, the dog's fur bristling as he let out a low growl toward a massive tree whose roots curled like serpents around a stone pedestal.
What is it?
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. Cole's eyes flickered with a strange golden light as he pawed at the ground, revealing a cluster of glowing spots that pulsed in rhythm with the collar's warmth. Leoya appeared beside them, her face pale as she pointed at the tree's base, where a faint inscription shimmered.
The Guardian's Oath, bound in blood and bone. This isn't just a tree.
She said, her voice trembling.
It's a marker from the old legends, the one where the first Guardian sealed away the valley's chaos.
Amin's heart pounded as he traced the glowing symbols with his fingers, the air around them thickening with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. Cole barked sharply and took a step forward, his collar flaring brighter as if urging him onward. Amin hesitated, then followed his dog's lead, the forest shadows deepening as they moved deeper into the unknown.
You think this is connected to your grandfather?
Xiaoya asked, her eyes searching his.
Maybe.
Amin, said his voice unsteady.
But Cole's reacting to something here, something that's been buried for a long time.
As they pressed on, the glowing spots on the forest floor formed a path leading toward a cave hidden behind a waterfall of mist and light. Cole's growl grew louder as they approached the entrance, the air vibrating with a low hum that resonated in Amin's chest. He reached for the dog's collar and felt a sudden surge of warmth, a memory flickering in his mind of Lin Xiaoman's final words.
The bond is the key, but the truth is the price.
Amin's breath caught as the cave's mouth yawned open, revealing a chamber lined with stone tablets, each etched with paw prints and the same glowing symbols that now marked their path. Cole's collar pulsed violently as if recognizing the place, and Amin knew with a sinking certainty that the past they had come to confront was far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. The forest around Mestwood town pulsed with an eerie stillness as Amin and Coal ventured deeper into the ancient grove, the air thick with the scent of damp moss and something older, something forgotten. Coal's collar suddenly heated against Amin's palm, its glow flickering like a heartbeat, and the dog let out a low growl, his fur bristling as he fixated on a gnarled tree whose bark shimmered with faint, glowing runes. Amin froze his breath shallow as the runes pulsed in time with Coal's collar, the symbols shifting into shapes that resembled paw prints.
Coal, what is it?
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. The dog's growl deepened, his tail stiff as he edged closer to the tree, his paws pressing into the soil where the glowing marks spread like veins. Amin's fingers tightened around the strap of his backpack as he recalled the stories Wioya had told him of the Star Springs guardians, of pets who carried the valley's legacy in their blood.
You've seen this before, haven't you?
He murmured, his heart pounding. Coal turned to him, his eyes glowing faintly, and for a moment Amin thought he saw a flicker of recognition in the dog's gaze, as though the past was whispering through the trees. A sudden gust of wind swept through the grove and the runes flared brighter, revealing a hidden path winding between the roots of the ancient tree. Amin's pulse quickened. This wasn't just a coincidence, it was a summons. He glanced at Coal, whose collar now burned with a steady, unrelenting light, and knew they were standing at the threshold of something far older than either of them. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The rain fell in soft, steady sheets as Amin wrapped his arms around Coal, the dog's trembling body pressed against his chest. The wind howled through Mistwood town, but inside the small shelter of the Pet Partners Association, the warmth of their bond was a shield against the storm. Coal's fur was damp, his breath shallow, and Amin could feel the shivers running through him.
It's okay.
Amin whispered, his voice barely audible over the thunder.
I'm here.
Coal's nose nuzzled into Amin's neck, his tail curling tightly around the boy's leg, as if to anchor himself to the only thing that felt real in the chaos. Outside, the valley's glow flickered faintly through the rain, a reminder of the power they now carried. Leoya stood nearby, her hands clasped tightly, her eyes reflecting the storm's turmoil.
Coal's been through so much.
She said, her voice trembling.
He's not just a pace, the heart of this town. Without him, we'd have lost more than we ever imagined.
Amin looked up, his throat tight. He remembered the night Lin Xiaoman had vanished, the way Coal had refused to leave his side, even as the valley's energy had pulled him away.
He's always been here.
Amin said, his voice steady now.
Even when I didn't know how to be.
Coal let out a soft whine, his paw resting on Amin's wrist, a silent promise that he would never leave again. As the storm raged on, the two of them sat in the quiet, the weight of their bond heavier than the rain. Amin's mind drifted to the Star Spring, to the legacy he now carried. He had been afraid of failing, of losing Coal, of not being worthy of the Guardian's title. But as he held the dog close, he felt the truth settle in his chest. He was not alone. The valley's energy had chosen them, not because they were perfect, but because they had chosen each other. And in that moment, as the rain soaked the world outside, Amin knew that no storm could ever tear them apart. Amin and Coal stepped into Mistwood town as the rain began to fall, the droplets clinging to the leaves of the trees and the cobblestone streets. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the town seemed to hold its breath as if waiting for them. Amin tightened his grip on Coal's collar, feeling the dog's steady heartbeat against his palm.
You're still with me, right?
he asked softly, his voice barely audible over the patter of rain. Coal nuzzled his hand, his eyes glowing faintly, and Amin felt a surge of warmth in his chest. The journey had been long, but this moment, standing together in the rain, the bond between them unshaken, felt like a quiet triumph. As they walked toward the Pet Partners Association, Loya emerged from the doorway, her face lit with a mixture of relief and awe.
You did it!
She said, her voice trembling.
The Valley's Anna it's here, in the town now.
Amin nodded, his gaze shifting to Cole, who had been unusually quiet since their return.
We did.
He said softly.
But this isn't just about the valley anymore. It's about the bond between owner and pet. It's about healing.
Sayoya's eyes softened, and she reached out, her fingers brushing against Cole's fur.
I've seen the power of that bond.
She whispered.
And now, I know it's stronger than ever.
Amin looked around at the people of Mistwood, at the faces of those who had once feared the unknown, who had once been afraid of the valley's mysteries. Now, they stood before them, ready to embrace the future, ready to believe in the power of connection. As the rain continued to fall, Amin felt a surge of warmth in his chest. He had come so far, through fear, through loss, and through the unwavering loyalty of the dog beside him. He had found a new purpose, one that extended beyond his own needs, and as the wind carried the scent of the valley into the town, Amin knew this was only the beginning. As Amin and Coal stepped into Mistwood town, the air felt charged with an almost imperceptible hum, the kind that made the hairs on the back of Amin's neck rise. Coal's tail, usually a loose and playful appendage, hung low between his legs, his ears twitching in a way that made Amin pause mid-step. The dog's eyes, usually bright with curiosity, were fixed on a patch of cracked cobblestone near the town square, where a rusted key lay half buried in the dirt. Amin crouched, brushing away debris to reveal the key's worn surface, its teeth etched with symbols he'd only seen in his grandfather's journals.
You found this?
He asked, voice tinged with disbelief. Cole tilted his head, then nudged the key toward him with his nose, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lyoya, who had been watching from the edge of the square, stepped forward, her hands trembling as she reached for the key.
This belonged to Lin Xiaoman.
She whispered, her eyes glistening.
He used it to lock away the valley's secrets.
Amin's breath caught. The key had been missing for years, its disappearance a mystery even his grandfather hadn't solved. Cole's collar pulsed faintly, as if the dog understood the weight of the moment. Amin looked down at him, suddenly aware of how often Cole had been the one to find what others had lost.
You've always known.
He murmured, the realization settling in his chest like a worm's steady heartbeat. The town's renewal wasn't just about the valley. It was about the bond between owner and pet, the unspoken trust that had guided them here, to this moment, to this key. As Amin and Coal stepped into Mistwood town, the golden light of the setting sun bathed the streets in a warm glow. But Coal's eyes were fixed on the wish tree, its branches trembling as if whispering secrets. Amin noticed the dog's tail stiffening, his ears twitching toward the tree's base, where a small weathered journal lay half buried in the soil.
Cole, what is it?
Amin asked, crouching to brush dirt from the journal's cover, its leather cracked and faded. Cole's collar pulsed faintly, and the boy felt a strange pull in his chest, as though the book had been waiting for him. Lyoya appeared beside them, her voice hushed.
That journal, it belonged to Lin Xiaoman.
She said, her fingers tracing the worn edges.
She left it here before vanishing. No one knew where it was.
Amin's breath caught.
Why now?
He murmured, but Cole's gaze remained locked on the tree, his tail swishing in quiet urgency. Amin opened the journal, its pages filled with Xiaoman's delicate script, detailing the Star Spring's power and a final cryptic line.
The bond is the key.
His heart pounded.
Coal, you've always known.
Guy whispered, the dog's eyes glowing softly as if in agreement. The town's laughter and chatter faded, replaced by the hum of the valley's energy, and Amin knew the journey was far from over.